Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗧𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Katsuki Bakugou is a known troublemaker. 184 When he was 4, he locked himself in a car during a summer heat wave and refused to come out until his mom agreed to get him the limited edition All Might action figure. 164 When he was 6, he pushed a kid off of the slide, which resulted in the kid breaking their arm. 184 When he was 8, he would spray paint his neighbors' houses and their cars. He would also throw water balloons at their faces whenever they were outside. 55 At age 10, he would always steal his neighbors' valuables whenever he went to their house for a party. He would then sell them online and make them buy it back for a higher price. 120 At age 12, he got into his first physical fight, which ended up with 7 kids being sent to the hospital, 5 of which had nothing to do with the fight. 159 At 14, he stole money and a couple of snacks from multiple convenience stores. He almost got caught, but he stole someone's car and drove away. He later crashed it in a ditch. 134 At 16, he got a tattoo without anyone knowing. He did this by using a fake ID. He also snuck into a casino and won $25,000 before getting kicked out. 142 Now he is 18 and has done the stupidest thing he ever could have done. 47 Drive. 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 Kirishima yelled at the blonde who was behind the wheel. He started shaking the blonde's shoulder and pointing behind them. Step on it, bro, they are right behind you. I am going as fast as if can shitty hair. The blonde screamed while pressing his foot harder on the gas pedal. 88 I can't believe we did this. Denki yelled out while sticking his head out the window to see the 3 cop cars chasing them down. My mom is going to kill me if we get caught. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 mumbled while clutching the back of his chair. I know. This is so crazy. Mina yelled while shaking 𝗧𝗵𝗲's arm. 107 Pull over right now. Bakugo looked at the rearview mirror to see a cop sticking his head out with a megaphone in his hands. Bakugo stuck out his middle finger right before giving the wheel over to Kirishima so he could stick his head out as well. 22 𝗧𝗵𝗲 pages. Bakugo yelled, making the cop get even more upset. This is your finally warning, Bakugo. Pull over now. The cop yelled through the megaphone, but Bakugo just ignored him and put his head back in the car and took the wheel from Kirishima. 155 Okay, this was fun, but maybe we should listen to the cops now. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. Don't be such a pee-pee, bro, Denki said while punching his friend on his shoulder. But this is way worse than anything we've ever done. Yeah, well, you're the one who dared him to do it. Mina said. I didn't expect him to actually go out and do it and drag us with him. Quit your whining tapey and enjoy the Deepening ride. It's not like we are going to crash or any dash. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Kirishima yelled while pointing in front of them to the black sedan they were about to hit. 63 Bakugo lifted his foot off of the gas and slammed it down on the brakes, but the car didn't seem to slow down and they ended up crashing into the other car and they flipped over. 62 Bakugo coughed out. He then looked behind him to check if all of his friends were okay. Oh, is everyone okay? Kirishima said while rubbing the side of his head and dusting away some broken glass that got on him. Ugh, I think we are all fine. Mina groaned out while rubbing her forehead. What did you say? Denki screamed, making everyone cover their ears. Dude, why are you screaming? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, and Denki started hitting the side of his head. I can't hear you. Is anyone else's ears ringing? He yelled, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 slapped his hand over his mouth to shut him up. 28 Then they all heard sirens and remembered that they were currently on the run. They then all screamed the same 3-letter word. Run. 46 Doors flew open as the 5 teens quickly crawled out of the upside-down car and broke out into sprints, trying to get away from the scene as quickly as possible. 8 Only one person ended up getting caught. 71 Katsuki, you stole a police car. Karakoko, his maid with short dark blue hair and big yellow eyes, said while walking up to the teen who was sitting in the local police station's interrogation room. 127 Define the word steal. Katsuki said, which earned him a slight slap on the back of his head. Oi, don't FDO that. I can have you fired, beach. Why the hell would you steal a police car? 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻 screamed, making the blonde cross his arms and lean back in his seat. It was a dare. He grumbled, making his maid sigh. 32. Why do you always cause so much trouble? She asked herself while rubbing the side of her temple, making Bakugou roll his eyes at her. Maybe you should ask the old hag and the old man who couldn't be bothered to come down to the police station to check on their only kid. He mumbled to himself, but 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻 heard and gave him a sympathetic look. Just then a police officer walked in with a file in his hands. 24. Oh, and you are? He asked while shaking 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻's hand. Oh, I'm 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻, his maid/guardian, and I'm so sorry for the trouble he has caused, she said while pointing at Katsuki, who just scoffed at her. Well, Mrs. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻, he sure is quite the handful, huh? The officer joked. Huh, tell me about it, I'm glad they only had the one kid. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻 joked as well. 19. Well, Bakugou over here sure has caused a lot of trouble today. The officer then opened up the folder and began to read some of the things written down. He set off some illegal Mexican fireworks right next to a library. He started a water balloon fight in a software store. He tagged his name on the side of a hospital. He set off firecrackers in the middle of the mall. He stole a police car. He told an officer that they could 𝗧𝗂𝐬𝐻𝗵𝗃 his PP. And lastly, he crashed into another car, but luckily no one got hurt. The officer finished and closed the folder. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻 was staring in shock at Katsuki the whole time his offenses were being read, becoming more and more disappointed yet guilty at the same time. 152. Katsuki, do you have anything to say for yourself? We were playing truth or dare, Bakugou said and shrugged his shoulders. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻 sighed and looked back to the cop. I am so sorry for his behavior. We will pay off any of the damages. Come on now, Katsuki, stand up and say you're sorry, 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻 said, and Bakugou reluctantly got up with an eye roll. 19. Afraid an apology won't cut it this time, kid. You're 18. You shouldn't be getting any more slaps on the wrist. You should be locked up right now for all of this. Someone could have gotten seriously hurt and it would have been your fault. The officer told him, but Bakugou just stared at him with his arms crossed, completely emotionless. 19. Sai, I know your parents would just bail you out and that would be a lot of paperwork for me, so there really isn't any point of locking you up, but that doesn't mean you should keep doing this. You need to start shaping up and getting your act together. Not all the officers will be as nice as me. And with that being said, you can start by actually giving back to your community, the cop said and handed 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻 a piece of paper that had the words community service written in big bold letters on the top. 31. No way in hell I'm doing any of that, see? Katsuki said while looking away from the paper that he skimmed over. Of course you're going to do this. After all the trouble you have caused, this is the least you could do. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻 yelled at the boy. Fine. Whatever, just pick something already, he yelled and crossed his arms. What do you suggest? 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻 asked the officer while scanning through the list of community service options. 9. Well, it should be someplace where he can be disciplined, learn how to respect others and to be patient. Somewhere quiet so he can't start any mayhem. How about If Hospital? Bakugou yelled when his maid dropped him off at the front of the small white and gray building. Yup. I like to see you try and mess this place up, 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻 said. Is that a bet? Katsuki asked, a smirk spreading across his face. No, it isn't. I swear if I hear that you destroyed one thing here, I'm telling your parents to ship you off to military camp, she yelled, making Katsuki's roll his eyes at the threat. 41. He'd do it. They probably wouldn't even care. He grumbled out and got out of the car. Sai, I'll pick you back up later, okay? Whatever, he mumbled out while turning to walk towards the building steps. 7. Bakugou looked up at the building and sighed. 3 months. He grumbled to himself while reaching the front door. You only have to put up with this SHT for 3 months. He grumbled and entered the building. Bakugou entered the building and was immediately hit with a chemically clean smell, making his nose scrunch up. He walked up to the front desk where a lady with light pink hair styled in 2 low pigtails looked up from what she was doing and greeted him with a smile. 66. You must be Bakugou, she said in a cheerful tone. Yeah. Bakugo grumbled back in annoyance, he just wants to get this over with. Well, if you follow me, I'll show you where you'll be working and what you have to do, she said and got up from behind the counter, picking up some folders as she did so. Bakugo followed the lady down the hall and stopped once they reached some sort of lounge area. There were a bunch of older people just sitting around. Some were reading or knitting, others were either asleep or talking to one another. One, "Ugh, smells like old people." Bakugo muttered to himself, but the woman heard him and laughed slightly. "Get used to it, kid," she told him, making the blonde roll his eyes and groan. 27, you'll be spending most of your time in this room. Doing what? Bakugo questioned. Like talking with them, maybe playing a few card games, you could even plan events like a bingo night or some holiday-themed parties. You just have to hang out with them and make them feel young and appreciated again. Why do that when they are just going to die soon? Bakugo mumbled to himself. 169 The lady started walking a different way, so Bakugo reluctantly followed behind her. They stopped walking once they reached a hospital wing. Okay, so this is where everyone's rooms are. You should get used to whose room is which just in case you have to help them get there, she explained, and Bakugo just nodded while looking at his phone. Oh, also, there are some empty rooms down the hall for anybody else that comes in needing them. Sounds great, Bakugo mumbled while he was holding his phone with one hand and texting using his thumb. The lady looked over at him and sighed. This place is also haunted, and sometimes the ghost comes out and possesses all of the furniture. Wow, so interesting, the blonde mumbled while selecting the eye roll emoji after Denki sent a meme in the group chat that was actually pretty funny. The lady sighed again and took the blonde's phone out of his hands. He shouted, and she raised a finger to her lips, telling him to be quiet. 19, if you're going to get your community service hours here, then you actually have to work for it. So starting now, as soon as you step into the building, I want you to give me your phone, understand? She told him, and he rolled his eyes. Fine. Just show me what the hell I have to do today, he groaned out. The lady smiled and they started walking around the building more so Bakugo could get familiar with the layout. For once they were done with the tour, they went back to the lounge area. Okay, Bakugo, for the rest of your time here today, I just want you to go and get to know these people. Since you're going to be here for a while, they should know who you are, she told him, and the blonde rolled his eyes. Teach, I really have to introduce myself to these old farts. Yes, and you better not call them old farts, have some respect. Also take these. She handed him the folders she had been carrying the whole time. 38, these are some notes on our regular patients. You know, like their interest, hobbies. It also lists off a few things that you should avoid talking to them about, the nurse explained while he skimmed over a few files, only seeing old people's faces. Are there even any young people here? All I see are diamond wrinkles and gray hair, Bakugo said while closing the folder. Well, we do have a few child patients if you're more interested in caring for them. You gross, I meant kids my age. How old are you again? 18. 181818. She began to mumble while tapping her chin with her pointer finger. 19. I don't think he dash, Joy. The pink-haired nurse turned around to be met with a lady with short brown hair. We need some help calming down Mrs. Watanabe again. Okay, I'll be right over, she called out, then turned her attention back to Bakugo. Okay, so just get to know everybody until I come back. Yeah, whatever. Quick question though, what does this word mean? He said and stood next to her, pointing at the word. 59, claustrophobia. That's the fear of enclosed spaces. Oh, right, I forgot, Bakugo said with a smirk. Okay, if that's all, then I need to get going. If there are any problems, just run over to the front desk. I'm sure someone will be there to help. And with that, she left, leaving the blonde alone with a bunch of elders. 104 Bakugo went over to one of the empty tables and dropped the folders down. He then got in a chair and propped his feet up on the table while leaning back in his seat. He took his cell phone, which he had pickpocketed from the nurse when he asked her that question, and went to his Spotify playlist. He put in his AirPods and clicked on the green shuffle play button, letting the loud rap music fill his ears and drain out any other noise. 84 Bakugo was just enjoying sitting there listening to his music while scrolling through Instagram when he felt someone tap him on his shoulder. He looked up to see an elderly lady with short curly gray hair smiling at him. He pressed one of his AirPods to stop his music. "What the hell do you want?" he asked harshly, making the lady start to frown. "Well, I heard earlier that you will be volunteering here for a while, so I was wondering when you are going to start." "I've started already, you old bat." Gasp, "I hope you don't kiss your mother with that month." "Why the hell would I ever kiss that old hag?" Bakugou said and looked back at his phone and continued to scroll down the explore page. 92. Kids these days always on their phones, they never have time for any of us. The old lady grumbled while walking away. Bakugou rolled his eyes and started his music back up again. 63. The day finally came to an end and Bakugou didn't even introduce himself to anybody or do any of the jobs the other nurses asked him to do. 13. He walked out of the building to see his maid in her car waiting in the front. He went up to it and slid into the passenger seat. "So how was your first day?" Karakoko asked the teen while starting up the car. "So boring. There's nothing to do there." The teen groaned out while leaning his head back in his seat. "Well, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐁, you're the one who stole a police car, so now you have to suffer the consequences." The teen groaned in annoyance while his maid merely chuckled quietly at the boy's pain. 11. The next day, "You actually have to work at that place?" Mina asked the blonde who was sitting at his desk by the window with his feet propped up on the table. "Yeah, and it sucks there." "You just started yesterday, it can't be that bad." Zero said. "Well, it is. There's nothing to do over there, Sai. Maybe I could mix up their medicines or change up their files. Oh, I got it. Why don't we do what we did at that software store? Pikachu, you shut the power off and then we start pelting everyone with water balloons." Bakugou said with a smirk plastered on his face. 72. "Dude, don't you could end up killing someone?" Kirishima said, making the blonde roll his eyes. "That's AF exaggeration. Besides, I don't hear any of you making any other suggestions." He yelled at his group of friends, making them all sigh. 11. "Dude, you know we love your crazy and extreme plans, but maybe you shouldn't do anything. It is a hospital after all." Denki said while scratching the back of his head, knowing the blonde will get angry, which he did. "When the hell were you all against having some fun? Since you almost killed us, Katsuki." Kirishima yelled, making Bakugou go quiet. Kirishima quickly slapped a hand over his mouth. He started to lower it when he noticed Bakugou getting up. "Bro, I didn't mean that. It's just Saturday was really crazy and we crashed into another car, but we are fine, right guys?" Kirishima said and everyone started nodding their heads. "Yeah bro, I only got a little bit of whiplash and hearing loss from that accident." Denki said, making Bakugou glare at him. 56. "I'm gonna take a walk." Bakugou stated plainly and walked out of the classroom, ignoring the teacher telling him to come back. 3. He walked down the hall until he reached one of the school's many exits. He pushed the door open and walked outside. While walking down the street, he pulled his backpack from behind him and unzipped one of the small pockets and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. 56. He pulled one out and placed it in his mouth. He then took a lighter from his pocket and lit the end of the cigarette. He took a deep inhale and left the smoke in his mouth, enjoying the burning sensation in his throat before he had to blow the smoke out. "Since you almost killed us, Katsuki." Those words kept replaying over and over in the blonde's head while he was walking down the street. He stopped once he made it to some grassy field where he just sat down in the middle of it. The memory of the car crash played in his head along with what Kirishima said, making the blonde groan. "Those diamond extras making me care about them," he yelled while falling back on the grass. He looked up at the bright blue sky, seeing only a few clouds drifting by overhead. "Sai, what is wrong with me?" he mumbled to himself while he blew out more smoke from his cigarette. 29. "It's not like I meant to crash the car. I didn't want to get them hurt either. I just wanted to have a little fun with people 𝗧𝗏 like to be around. Sai, stop lying to yourself, Katsuki, you know that's not why you did it." He then felt a buzz in his pants and he reached into his pocket to pull out his phone. 30. He rolled his eyes at the text from Kirishima telling him that he will have detention tomorrow for leaving the school. His phone then vibrated again, this time a text from his maid Karakoko saying that she can't believe he left the school and that she will be at the local Starbucks to pick him up and take him to the hospital. Plus, Bakugou shoved his phone back in his pocket and groaned, remembering about his community service. This dumb community service, there's nothing there to do besides talking, and who wants to be stuck talking with some old sacks of wrinkles? Or annoying little brats? He thought and stood up. 37. Why isn't there someone there for me to hang out with or at least talk to? He sighed and threw his cigarette on the ground, stepping on it to put it out. He then started to make his way over to the Starbucks. It's been a week since Bakugou started his community service at the hospital, and he has yet to actually help out or introduce himself to any of the patients. But for some reason, no one calls him out for it because all his work is getting done. 67. Yesterday, he was asked to put up Halloween decorations around the place since it is October and Halloween is in a few weeks. Bakugou, however, didn't touch a single pumpkin nor ghost. He just sat at the table with his AirPods and listening to music while scrolling through his phone like he always does, and yet when he looked up, the lounge was completely decorated. 35. There were fake cobwebs in the corners, some small pumpkins on each table, little bat cutouts sticking on the wall, along with banners saying Happy Halloween or Trick or Treat on them. The place looked nice and spooky. Bakugou got complimented for his work by the nurses, but he didn't do anything. But he wants to figure out who is. 41. Have a good day. Karakoko called out to him as he walked up the steps to the building. He opened the door and was about to walk into the main lounge area when he heard a loud cough. He turned his head to see the nurse frowning at him with her hand out. Why won't you F off already? He groaned while walking over to her and placing the device in her hand. Until you actually give me your phone without me having to ask, or when you stop giving fake phones. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, what do you mean fake phones? Bakugou said with a smirk, making the nurse's frown deepen. The last time I asked for your phone, you gave me a calculator with a picture of a phone screen on it. And you still took it. The nurse sighed and examined the phone to make sure it's actually a phone before putting it in her pocket. 39. For today I need you to look through all those donations and clean anything that needs to be clean or throw away stuff that needs to be thrown away. She told Bakugou while pointing to a box on the table that looks to be filled with clothes. Bakugou went over to the box and looked inside to see some tattered and dusty kid costumes. He scrunched his face in disgust at the sight. What the hell are these? They are some Halloween costumes for the kids staying here. She simply replied while typing something on her computer. You call these rags costumes? Listen, this is a small hospital and we barely get any donations, so we work with what we have, so please just clean them and make sure they are ready for Halloween. Also, when you're done, could you read some of the donated books to the kids? They love it when volunteers do that for them. She told him while picking up some folders and walking away. 21. Bakugou rolled his eyes and left the box of costumes on the table. He walked over to the lounge area and pulled out his phone from his pocket. What he gave the nurse was a walkie-talkie that looks like a phone which he stole from a convenience store and put in his AirPods to listen to his music. He didn't, however, sit at his usual table, which was placed away from the door so no one could see him if they just looked at the opening. Instead, he sat in a chair facing the door, giving him a perfect view of the box. 34. I'm going to find out who the hell is doing my jobs. It's not like I care if they are doing it, but they have to be around my age. I know these old farts won't get up for SHT. The nurses and doctors would just yell at me, and the kids are well kids. So there has to be another person my age working here. Bakugou thought while looking at the box still resting on the table. 15. He then felt a tap on his shoulder and looked up to see a short, elderly man with short gray hair and a beard with light brown eyes holding a cane. What do you want, Grandpa? Bakugou said while turning off the music in his AirPods. Well, you're in my seat, he said with a kind smile. Bakugou rolled his eyes. So, go find yourself another DMN seat, he said and looked back over to the box that was still resting on the table. 44. He then felt pain on the top of his head. Ow! Bakugou exclaimed while rubbing the top of his head. Did you just hit me with your F cane? Your DMN, right? I did, he said, making all the other elders laugh and start to clap. Now get your butt out of my chair, you disrespectful brat. No way, I got here first. Boy, I was here before you were even born. Just get a new seat already, old man. How about I fight you for it? The old man said, making all the elders ooh. 151. You fight me? You can't be serious. Bakugou laughed out, but the man just rolled up his sleeves and handed his cane over to one of the other elders sitting down. What are you, scared boy? Don't think you can win against Grandpa. The man teased, making everyone laugh and start to taunt the teen as well. 30. I can't imagine him fighting. All he does is sit on his butt all day. If you ask me, Torino, I say the kid's muscles are all for show. Yeah, I bet Gretchen can lift more than he can. Oh look, he's shaking. Are you going to cry, little boy? Do you want your mommy? 119. Bakugou snapped. He got up from the chair and pointed at the shorter male. Let's go, old man. You want to fight, so let's fight. Bakugou said while raising his fist up in front of his face. Everyone started to cheer and clap. Show me what you got, kid. Torino said with a smirk while lifting up both of his fists. 49. You give up yet, kid? Ack, you wish you old fart. Bakugou yelled while he was on the ground. Torino is sitting on his back while he pinned down one of Bakugou's arms and one of his legs to his back as well. Just admit defeat, kid. Torino told him, and Bakugou sighed. Fine. You win. He mumbled the last part quietly. What? You got to speak up, kid, I'm old, remember. Torino said while pressing down harder on the boy's arm and leg. Ah, I said you win. Bakugou yelled. That's what I thought you said. Torino said and got off of the blonde and sat in his chair. 66. Bakugou stood up and rubbed his arm. You're pretty tough for an old geezer, fast too. Bakugou mumbled. Thanks, kid, but I lost my touch. Back in my youth I could have had you pinned in 3 minutes tops. That fast, huh? Good old Gran Torino never loses. Some other elders said and the rest nodded. Gran Torino? Bakugou questioned while looking back at the old man that he had just fought. I see somebody didn't read the files Nurse Joy gave. Torino said, making the blonde roll his eyes. Just tell me already, or do I have to fight it out of you? Bakugou said, making Torino chuckle. 13. Back when I was younger I was a professional MMA fighter and I went by the name Gran Torino. I had some good shows, some bad. I never backed down from a fight though. But as you can see I got old and retired and now I'm here. Torino explained. Do you have any good fight stories? Bakugou asked while taking a seat on the floor, becoming interested in the conversation. I'm old, my memory's too bad for that. Come on, Torino, the kid put up a good fight. Yeah, he deserves at least one story. Some of the elders started to say, trying to convince the stubborn old man. 15. Fine. One story. He yelled and everyone cheered, even Bakugou. Sigh, let's see, it was the late 70s. And then he was found guilty the next day. Gran Torino finished his story, getting a round of applause from his audience. I can't believe all that happened because you accidentally knocked his motorcycle over. Trust me, kid, back then a man's motorcycle was more important to him than his own life. He said, and a few elders nodded in agreement. 18. You know, I've been in a few fights but none of them could compare to that. Bakugou said. I knew you got into fights, you seem like the troublemaker type with all those piercings and your thuggish clothes. The lady he yelled at on his first day said, and all the others nodded in agreement. 16. Bakugou looked down to see what he was wearing, only to see camo jeans, his black combat boots with orange laces, a black shirt with a white skull on it, and a dark gray bomber jacket that he knows says, F off, on the back of it in orange letters. 34. F off, my style isn't thuggish and I don't have that many piercings. All I have are a few on my ears, a nose ring, snake bites, and one on my tongue. Your tongue. Bakugou stuck out his tongue so they could see his piercing. 78. Ooh, didn't that hurt? The blonde just shook his head. Not really, it took a while to heal though. Sigh, young people today putting so many holes in their faces, at least you don't have a tattoo. Well, Bakugou said, and the elders just sighed. Aren't you too young to have a tattoo? Did your parents agree to it? Some elders asked. I'm 18, I know some kids younger than me with tattoos, but unlike them, I didn't really ask my parents to get one. What do you mean you didn't ask? I snuck out and got a tattoo on the back of my shoulder without my parents' permission. Keep up, old lady. Besides, they don't even pay attention to me to even notice that I got one. Bakugou said with an eye roll. While doing so he noticed that the box was gone. 21. SHT, when did that happen? He quickly got up and started going over to the table where the box once was. Hey kid, where are you going? Torino called out after him. I have to check on something. Bakugou replied. Those old geezers distracted me. I didn't get to see who took it. Maybe they are still down there washing them. Bakugo thought while heading downstairs to the basement where they kept the washers and dryers. He made it to the laundry room, but it was empty and the box was sitting on the counter. He went over to it to see that all of the costumes had been washed, though they still looked pretty ugly. If the clothes are down here, then where the hell did the person go? Also, when you're done, could you read some of the donated books to the kids? They love it when volunteers do that for them. The children's wing, Bakugo exclaimed. He then picked up the box and started carrying it back upstairs with him. Oh, Bakugo, you finished washing the clothes, great. Nurse Joy said while taking the box away from him. Yeah, no problem. He mumbled and was about to go to the children's wing when he heard her call his name. Bakugo, a walkie-talkie, really? The blonde just shrugged. You fell for it. Sigh, you know what, I don't even care because your ride will be here in 10 minutes. She said with a smile and sat down behind the counter. Bakugo's eyes went wide and he looked at his phone. SHT, those old farts took up my time. Bakugo thought. Joy, I'm just going to say bye to the kids real quick. Okay, I'll let you know when your ride is here. She told him, and Bakugo rushed over to the kids' wing. Once he got there, all he saw were some kids playing with their toys. DMN it, he said, gaining the kids' attention. Ooh, you just said a bad word. Some kid with light purple hair styled in pigtails said. Whatever, did someone come in here earlier and read to you guys? They all nodded their heads. Great, who was it and do you know where I could find them? They all looked at each other and started whispering to one another, making the blonde slightly annoyed. One girl eventually stepped up. She had long wavy light blue hair that almost looked white and red eyes. There was a slight bump on the top of her head and she had bandages over her arms and legs. She waved her hands, signaling the blonde to get closer. Bakugo rolled his eyes but complied and crouched down in front of her. The little girl leaned in close to his face and Bakugo stood up and wiped his face after the little girl blew a raspberry in front of him, making all the kids laugh. 104 if brat. Bakugo yelled, making all the kids laugh more. We won't tell you who he is because you're a big old meanie, the little girl said, and the rest of the kids agreed. Ugh, whatever. Bakugo yelled and stormed off, leaving the kids to cheer and high-five each other. 11 brats. Bakugo mumbled to himself while walking down an empty/unused hall. He pulled out his box of cigarettes from his jacket pocket and took one out. At least I know it's a guy, he mumbled while placing the cigarette in his mouth and lighting it. He looked at his phone to check the time. She's going to be here soon, he thought while letting out some smoke from his mouth. You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be doing that. 7 Bakugo jumped when he heard a sudden voice. He turned to look at the doorway to see someone standing there. He was much shorter than the blonde and had messy curly green hair. He had big emerald green eyes like his hair, but the rest of his face was being covered up by a light blue medical mask. The boy was also wearing a dark green hoodie that said hoodie on it, with pale blue jeans and some bright red high tops. 57, you're not allowed to smoke in here, plus it's bad for your health, the boy said while walking over to him. Who cares? Well, you should if you don't want to end up in a boring old hospital for the rest of your life. Yeah, you got a point there, but I'm still going to do it. I figured, it was good to talk to you before you get lung cancer and stop being good looking, the boy teased, making Bakugo quietly snort. I have no idea how to describe that nose exhale laugh. 68, what's your name? Bakugo asked, making the boy's eyes go wide before he closed them and started to laugh, which made Bakugo's cheeks flush pink slightly. 3, he has a cute laugh, Bakugo thought while staring at the boy giggling in front of him. 21. Sorry, I wasn't expecting you to ask me that since you haven't really introduced yourself to anyone here. My name is Izuku Midoriya, though nice to finally meet you, the boy told him. My name is Katsuki Bakugo, Bakugo said and extended his hand out for him to shake. 15. Oh, I don't like physical contact, Midoriya said while rubbing the side of his arm. Bakugo put his hand back down and gave him a judgmental look. Why not? Germs, Midoriya said plainly, making it Bakugo's turn to laugh. Are you serious? We are in EF hospital. I know, but they keep this place extremely clean. They disinfect everything like every day. Really? Midoriya just nodded. Oh, so do you work here? Bakugou asked, making Midoriya tilt his head at the question. 64. I mean like volunteer work or community service. Oh yeah, I'm doing a community service. Same, I got in some trouble with the law and they assigned me to this dump. He said, earning another laugh from Midoriya which made Bakugou's heart flutter. 60. This place isn't so bad if you get to know the people and do your work. Speaking of, you were the one doing all my work, weren't you? The brunette rolled his eyes, causing the blonde to smile just a little. I mean, you clearly weren't going to do it. All you ever did was sit on your butt and go on your phone, so I had to help you out. Wait, you saw me doing that? It's not that hard to miss. But if you saw me, how come I've never seen you up until now? You're always on your phone. I've tried to talk to you before, but you would just wave your hands at me telling me to go away. Oh, sorry about that. It's fine, I'm glad I got to meet you now though. Yeah, and me too. Bakugou said with a small smile on his face. 44. Just then his phone pinged. He looked at it to see a text from 𝗂𝐴 telling him that she's outside. I guess you have to go now, don't forget to put out that cigarette. Bye. Midoriya said while walking towards the hallway doors. Wait a sec. Bakugou called out, making Midoriya stop in his tracks and look back at him. 2. Why you're going to be here tomorrow, right? I don't want to be stuck talking to those old geezers again. Bakugou said, causing the brunette to giggle for the third time, which also caused Bakugou's face to flush slightly. Haha, see you tomorrow. Midoriya said, leaving the blonde alone in the hallway with a smile spread across his face. 70. Bakugou walked outside and hopped in the front seat of the car, a smile still visible on his face. 𝗂𝐴 noticed and raised her eyebrow up at the teen. What did you do? She questioned while starting back up the car. Bakugou's smile immediately switched to his usual frown and he glared over at his maid. What the hell do you mean, what did I do? I've only seen you smile when you pull some sort of sneaky prank or do something destructive. Well, I didn't do anything, I just met someone. He mumbled while leaning his head against his hand. 25. Oh. 𝗂𝐴 said, making Bakugou roll his eyes. Not like that idiot. Boo, I want you to find someone already and not to just hook up with for a week. I want you to actually fall in love so you won't be so lonely. I'm not lonely. I have extras that I tolerate. 𝗂𝐴 narrowed her eyes and mumbled what he said, trying to understand what he meant until she finally got it. You mean friends? That's what I said, extras that I tolerate. Katsuki, you know they have names, right? Of course I know they have names. Then what are they? Shitty hair, Pikachu, soy sauce face, and Pinky. You mean Kirishima, Denki, Siro, and Mina. That's what I said, hair for brains, dunce face, tapey, and raccoon eyes. 𝗂𝐴 sighed and shook her head in defeat. 72. So who is the person you met? 𝗂𝐴 asked, making Bakugou's smile come back at the thought of him. His name is Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, that a pretty nice name. I know. 𝗂𝐴 looked over at Bakugou's happy expression and smirked. 29. So what does he look like? I don't know. You don't know. He was wearing a hospital mask. All I saw was that he's short, has curly green hair, and has big but emerald green eyes. I bet he's pretty cute, though, just like his laugh. Bakugou mumbled quietly, but 𝗂𝐴 still heard him and smiled. 70. And you're sure you don't like him? I just met him, why the hell would I like him already? Love at first sight, 𝗂𝐴 cooed while nudging the blonde. Knock it off, I'm not in love, he said while pushing her arm away from him. If you say so, I'm not. He's just really nice and it was easy to talk to him even if it wasn't for long. Well, you get to talk to him again tomorrow, right? Yeah. Great, so just confess and you too. We'll be hugging and kissing in no time. 𝗂𝐴 said while making kissing noises. 57. I said I don't like him. Besides, I don't know if he swings that way. Katsuki, you made that Monoma guy turn gay for you and he was a homophobe. Yeah, and I got tired of him 2 days later. That's worse than my other relationships. Then again, the dude was a weirdo and I think he just wanted my money, which most of them wanted. That right there, you need someone who likes you for you, not your money. He doesn't know you're rich, right? No. Good. Don't tell him, let him like you for you, Though whoever likes you must be very desperate for love to want to date such a hot-headed troublemaker. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻 joked while Bakugou glared at her. 86, I will have you fired. 50, we're here. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻 said, making Bakugou look up from his phone, and his eyes narrowed when he saw the luxurious 10-acre mansion in front of him. What are we doing here? Bakugou asked, and 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻 could tell that he was serious since his sentence didn't contain a single swear word and he didn't use the harsh tone he always has. 3. Your dad came back from his work overseas and I thought he would want to see you. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻, we agreed that you would always drop me off at 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝐻's place. I know, but what? You know how much I hate it here. I only come back here when I have to sleep. Katsuki, listen, you know, any other day I would gladly drop you off at your friend's place, but I was told to bring you home today. Told? By who? Your mother. Bakugou crossed his arms and slouched back in his seat when hearing that word. Come on, it won't be so bad. Plus, King misses you. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻 said while rubbing his shoulder, but the angered teen just scoffed and slammed open the car door and get out of the car. 32. Bakugou walked up the steps of his house. 2 maids were already standing outside. They quickly bowed and opened up the double doors for Bakugou and 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻 to enter. As soon as Bakugou walked in, he was attacked by a Doberman. King down. Bakugou yelled at the dog that was on him. The dog immediately took its paws off Bakugou's chest and sat down. Bakugou brushed his shirt and glared at the dog, who started to look down and whine. Bakugou sighed and crouched down in front of the dog and started to pet him, making the dog bark happily and lick Bakugou's face. 35. I told you he missed you. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝐻 said while laughing a bit at the scene. Yeah, I know. I missed him too. Bakugou mumbled while standing back up. Hey, there he is. Bakugou turned his head to see his father with a smile on his face walking over to him. His mother wasn't that far behind him. King started snarling as they came closer to him. 17. What the hell do you want, old man? Bakugou asked while rubbing his dog's head, telling him to stop. I wanted to have dinner with my family after being gone for so long. Did you get more piercings? It looks like you have more than I remember. Bakugou rolled his eyes at the question since he stopped getting piercings when he turned 16. 13. What's for dinner? Bakugou grumbled while walking past his parents and into the dining room, where a bunch of servants was setting up the table and making sure everything looked presentable. The lobster tail special, Masaru said, making the teen roll his eyes. The 3 sat at the dining table and it was completely silent. Mitsuki has her phone in one hand going over and checking off on multiple designs, while the other hand held her fork, which she used occasionally to feed herself. Katsuki's food sat on the table untouched while his legs were propped up on the table, and he was scrolling through his phone with one hand while the other was busy petting King. Masaru was also on his phone checking emails, but he looked up every now and then to see if the other 2 would say something. 73. The maids that had to stand around in case the family needed anything were very uncomfortable about the family's distances from each other and lack of communication. Masaru finally grew tired of the silence and spoke up. So Katsuki, what are you doing? The blonde, however, didn't hear because he had his AirPods in. Katsuki. Masaru said, raising his voice a bit, but the blonde still didn't hear him. Oi, Katsuki. Mitsuki yelled, making the teen glare up at her. What the hell do you want? He yelled at his mom while turning down his volume. Your father was talking to you, so pay attention. She told him, then looked over at Masaru, who nodded at her. Thanks, dear. Katsuki, I just wanted to know what you were doing since you seem so invested on your phone. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻, I was watching TikToks. Oh, I heard of that app, all the teens love it. You know, we were actually talking about it in a board meeting. We wanted dash. Shut the F up already, nobody gives a CRP about your stupid meeting. Bakugou groaned out. Watch your language, Mr. Apologize to your father right now. Mitsuki yelled. Oh, I'm sorry that I don't give a DMN about your lame butt job, but you don't give a DMN about my life, so I guess we're even. Katsuki yelled while standing up from his seat. 90, what are you talking about? Masaru questioned, making the teen even more upset. What am I talking about? Bakugou yelled again and looked around the room to see the servants and maids standing around in shock and some peeking out from the kitchen doorway to see what's going on. 2. Everyone come out. Bakugou said, and everyone came and stood in the dining room. Raise your hand if you knew that I got a tattoo last year. Bakugou said, and everyone's hands went up except his parents, who were wide-eyed. Okay, now put them down. Raise your hand if you knew that I smoke. Again, everyone's hand went up except his parents. Alright, put them down. Raise your hand if you knew I stole a police car. Once again, everyone's hand went up except his parents. You stole a dash. Now put them down. Bakugou said, cutting his mom off. Raise your hand if you knew that I have to do 3 months of community service because I stole said police car. It was the same result as before. 15. Now raise your hand if you knew I robbed a bank. Mitsuki and Masaru raised their hands up slowly, but they were the only ones. Oh, thank God you didn't actually rob a bank. Masaru said when he noticed no one else raised their hands. No, but you both thought I did because of everything I said before, right? Both adults bit their lip and looked down. That's what I thought. Now raise your hand if you know why I said all of this. Everyone but the parents' hands went up. Keep them there if you know why I did all those things. Everyone's hands stayed where they were. 51. Last thing, keep your hands up if you blame me. Everyone lowered their hands. Bakugou just nodded and left the room without another word. 164. Bakugou walked upstairs and into his bedroom. He got a backpack and started shoving clothes and other necessities into it. King showed up and started rubbing his head against Bakugou's leg. When Bakugou looked down at him, King dropped his leash on the ground and started pawing at it. Sorry, buddy, you're not coming with me, Bakugou said while crouching down to the dog's level, earning a whine from the dog. Don't be like that, I'll make sure to visit you when they aren't around, okay? He said while rubbing the dog's head, getting a bark in return. You're the only thing I'll actually miss about this place. 22. Once he was done, he slung the backpack over his back and walked back downstairs where he saw his parents in the foyer talking to some servants. Oh, Katsuki, can we talk? Masaru asked. The teen crossed his arms and glared at them while King growled. What for? Listen, Katsuki, Katsuki, here are your keys. Karakoko said, interpreting Mitsuki's sentence. 39. Thanks. I'm leaving now, Bakugou said while taking the keys and walking to the door. Wait, we need to talk, Mitsuki yelled, but he just ignored her. He walked down the steps of his house and went to the black and orange motorcycle parked in the driveway. He sat on the bike and strapped on his helmet before putting the key in the ignition. 9. Bye, Katsuki, some of the maids and servants said while waving the boy off. King started barking as well. He waved back and before they knew it, he was gone. 24. Since when did he learn how to drive a motorcycle? Masaru questioned. When the hell did we get him a motorcycle? Mitsuki replied, making all the maids, servants, and even King sigh. 73. Ding dong. 19. Yawn, who is it? It's me, shitty hair, Bakugou said, and the front door opened, revealing a sleepy Kirishima. Oh, Bakubro, you staying over again? He asked when he noticed the backpack on his back. Yeah, is it cool if I stay longer than a week? Of course, bro. Hey, Mom, Bakugou's living with us now. Kirishima turned around to yell into his house. Okay, sweetie. Is he hungry? His mom yelled out from inside the house. Kirishima looked back at Bakugou, who nodded. He said yes. Okay, I'll make some spicy curry, she yelled out, making Bakugou smile slightly. 124. Welcome to the family, bro, Kirishima said while looking back at his friend with a big toothy grin on his face. 43. Thanks. Bakugou parked his motorcycle in front of the hospital and went up the steps to the building. I actually get to talk to Midoriya today. It won't be so boring anymore, Bakugou thought while walking into the building, a phone case in his hand. 25. Phone. Nurse Joy said when she saw the blonde walk in, but he had it to his ear and held up one finger, telling her to wait. Yeah, I'll do it when I get back. Bye. Bakugou finished and handed her the phone, which she took and put into her pocket without checking. 26. What the hell do I have to do today? Bakugou asked, but he was looking around trying to see if the greenette from yesterday was around. Nothing much, just hang out with everyone and oh, could you also come up with a few party games everyone would enjoy on Halloween? Yeah, sure, that's it? Bakugou asked while tapping the counter impatiently. Yeah, are you okay? You seem distracted. Huh, what, I'm fine, I'm not distracted. Onaikan, where are you going? Bakugou turned around to see the little girl that spat in his face yesterday tugging on Midoriya's jacket. Eri, I told you I'm just going to ask Joy something really quick. Well, hurry up, we want to play heroes again. The little girl said while crossing her arms and pouting, making Midoriya laugh a bit. Midoriya then looked up and saw Bakugou staring at them, so he smiled, making the blonde's face turn red as he quickly looked away. 44. Tell everyone I'll be right back and that I'm bringing back up. Yay! The girl cheered and ran off back to the children's wing. 7. Hey, Bakugou, Midoriya said in a cheerful tone when approaching the blonde. 𝗧𝗍, I see you're not too worried about germs anymore. Bakugou said while pointing to the 𝗓𝗏𝗄's mask-free face. Oh, the mask, yeah, I was just wearing it to play doctor with the kids before. I still hate germs though. He smiled with his eyes closed, which melted Bakugou's heart. 36. I think his smile is cuter than his laugh, Bakugou thought while staring at the boy's face. 40. He had freckles dusted around his nose and cheeks like little stars in the night sky. When he smiled, little dimples appeared on his cheeks, which also seemed to have a naturally pink hue to them. He also has a small gap in between his two front teeth. His lips were a light rosy pink color and they looked soft to the touch. 79. All in all, Bakugou thought he was really cute. 3. So do you want to help me out with the kids? They really want to play superheroes. Midoriya asked the blonde. Oh, sure, sounds like fun, he said, making the 𝗓𝗏𝗄 smile once again. 14. The two then started to make their way to the children's wing. So, is that little brat your sister? Bakugou asked while they walked down the hall. Huh? You mean Eri? Yeah, she called you 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗔 earlier. Oh, that? No, she's not my sister. I've just been volunteering here a lot, so all the kids call me that or --Deku. Midoriya's sentence was cut off when the kids yelled his nickname. 43. Deku, Bakugou questioned while looking over at the 𝗓𝗏𝗄. It's the hero name they gave me the first time we played superheroes and it kinda stuck. But doesn't Deku mean useless? All the little kids then gasped. 12. Ow, Bakugou said while rubbing his leg after a little boy hit him with a toy sword. Deku doesn't mean useless, the little boy said while crossing his arms. Oh yeah, then what does it mean, kid? Deku means someone who is strong and brave and always rises to the challenge. They are really fun and super smart. Eri then got on top of a chair and put a paper crown on Midoriya's head. 52. Deku is our hero. All the kids cheered while smiling up at Midoriya, whose face was a bright red. Huh, this Deku does sound like a pretty great hero, Bakugou said while looking over at Midoriya, whose face got even redder. 30. Okay, we know my hero name, why don't you make one for Bakugou? Midoriya said, trying to get the attention off of him. Who's that? One kid asked. I'm Bakugou. The blonde spoke up, realizing he's never introduced himself to anyone. Oh, we just call you Mr. Grumpy Pants. Or Big Old Meanie. Or Ugly, the kids said, and they all started to laugh, irritating the blonde. 91. I can't think of a hero name. Me neither. Hey, Mr. Grumpy Pants, what's your quirk? Quirk, the blonde questioned. Oh, a quirk is a word we made up. It basically means superpower, like mine is I have superhuman strength and speed, Deku explained to him. Yeah, and mine is the power to rewind things, Eri said while jumping up and down. Mine is flying. I have lava powers. The kids started listing off their powers until it was Bakugou's turn. 11. I have explosions, he said, but it was more of a question. All the kids seemed to like it though. How big are the explosions? I can destroy an entire building with one. Whoa, all the kids exclaimed. Bakugou smiled a bit and looked over at Midoriya to see him smiling as well. 42. So what about my hero name? I'm thinking Ground Zero, Bakugou suggests, but the kids all shook their heads. Not only heroes get cool names. I thought I was a hero. No, your quirk is too powerful, so you're gonna be the villain. But Deku's quirk is just as strong. Yeah, but we like Deku, Eri said, and the rest of the kids nodded in agreement. Bakugou looked over at Deku with a confused face, but Deku merely shrugged with a smile plastered on his own face. 72. Okay, so what's my villain name then? Bakugo asked, and the kids got quiet thinking about a name. How about Kaken? Deku suggested. That doesn't sound that threatening. Bakugo said. No, but it is cute. Deku told him while placing a pirate hat on top of his head, making the blonde flush. 56, I like it. People won't think he's a bad guy because of how silly it is. Yeah, and silly bad guy. Names are always the strongest villain. Okay, then everyone active your quirks and attack the evil villain Kaken. Deku said and pointed at Bakugo. I like to see you try pipsqueaks, I'm going to win. Bakugo yelled, getting into character. Not if we stop you first, charge. Eri said, and the kids started to attack Bakugo. 49, ugh, I think one of them actually bit me. Bakugo grumbled, tracing his hand over the faint teeth outline on his arm. Well, you were a pretty convincing villain. I'm going to start calling you Kaken from now on. Deku said while smiling at the blonde who was sitting across from him. Okay, then I get to call you Deku from now on. At least I'm a hero and not a villain. Yeah, I guess I kinda already look like a bad guy. Bakugo said while pointing to his face and making his usual grumpy expression, which made Deku giggle. 15, you don't look that bad. Deku told him. Yeah, well, I act that bad. Why do you think I'm here? Oh yeah, you did say you got in trouble with the law. What did you do? I stole a police car. Bakugo smirked when he saw Midoriya's eyes go wide. You're joking. Nope, check it out. He pulled out his phone and showed him the video he and his friends recorded when they first hijacked the car. I can't believe you actually did that, and I can't believe you still have your phone. What did you give Joy? A phone case. I pretend to take a call on it, and I handed it over to her. She didn't question it since she saw me on it and thought it was real. Wow, I see why you got sent here now. Deku joked. 12, what about you? Bakugo asked. Why are you volunteering here? Oh, school. I have to do some community service/volunteer work each year. Oh, we must go to different schools then. What grade are you in? I'm 16, so I'm a junior. Oh, I'm a senior. 17. 18, I'll be 19 in April. Oh, so you stayed back a year. Bakugo just nodded, which made Deku laugh a little. 71, you really are bad, huh? Yeah, well, at least I'm not short. What are you, like 4 feet tall? Bakugo joked, and he laughed a bit when Deku's mouth dropped open and his eyes narrowed at the blonde. He was clearly offended. 6, I'm 5 feet 4 inches and a half, thank you very much. So I'm not short, I'm fun size, plus you are just freakishly tall. Deku said while crossing his arms. I'm only 6 feet 2 inches. Only? Deku exclaimed, making Bakugo laugh more. Geez, you're a whole slender man. That guy was 7 feet 10 inches at best. Oh, and you would know, wouldn't you, slender man? Deku teased, and the two started laughing. Once the two had stopped, they just looked at each other with smiles on their faces. 136, I guess your parents were pretty mad at you for stealing a police car, huh? Deku said while looking down and away from the blonde, tucking a piece of his hair behind his ear while doing so. Bakugo sighed and leaned back in his seat, making the greenette look back up at him. 30, my parents didn't even care enough about me to show up when I was sent to the police station. My aunt had to get me. Bakugo said and caught himself from revealing to Izuku that he has a maid and is rich. 2, oh, that sucks. Yeah, tell me about it. Yesterday I packed my thing and went to live at my friend's place. Wow, I can never imagine doing that. My mom likes me to stay in one place and she checks up on me every chance she gets. Well, at least she gives you attention. My parents didn't even know I stole a cop car until I told them about it yesterday. You should tell them to spend more time with you. Yeah, right. All they know is work, work, work. There's no way they'll make time for me. You're their son, they should always have time for you. Bakugo just shrugged and leaned back further into his seat. 11, no one has time for me. 30, I do. Ring 47, the last bell of the day was rung and all the kids started to pack up their things and rush out the doors to leave the hellhole called school. 6, hey Bakubro. Kirishima called out to the blonde who was in the back of the classroom packing up his things, getting ready to go. What do you want, shitty hair? Well, first, Mom is making her famous macaroni and cheese for dinner tonight, and second, the squad was thinking of egging and teeping the teachers' houses tomorrow since it's Halloween. You down? Of course I'm F down. Oh, and tell your mom to save me a plate, I might stay late again. He told him while swinging his backpack over his shoulder and walking out of the classroom. 10. You know you've been staying late at that hospital a lot lately. Kirishima said as the two started to walk out of the school. So, is there a reason? Because no offense, but you're not the type to be caring towards the sick or elderly. Bakugou side-eyed the redhead, making him flinch a little. What, I said no offense. The blonde just sighed and shook his head. 3. So are you going to tell me or not? Kirishima asked again, making Bakugou chew on the inside of his cheek. There's this guy. Dude, do you have an actual crush on someone? Hell no. He's just cool to hang out with and talk to. Dang it, I wanted you to have a crush on someone. Why the hell would you want that? It's totally not because Mina and I made a bet against Zero and Denki saying that you would actually fall in love and end up with someone before prom, if that's what you're thinking. Kirishima said, and Bakugou just rolled his eyes at his idiotic friend. 39 Phone. Joy said when she saw the teen enter the building. Here. Bakugou said and handed her his phone. She took the phone cautiously and looked it over. Is this your actual phone? Yeah, anyway, where's Deku? Children's wing, I think. Great. Bakugou said and started walking to the children's wing, but stopped when Joy called his name. Could you make sure all the plans are set for the Halloween party tomorrow? Yeah, whatever. 13 Bakugou made it to the children's wing and looked in the room to see Deku playing with the kids. Bakugou's here. A little boy said, and all the kids rushed over to him. Yeah, I'm here, brats, calm down. Bakugou said while pushing past them and taking a seat next to Deku. Hi, Kaken. Deku said while smiling up at him, making the blonde blush slightly. Hey, what are we doing today? Well, the Halloween party is tomorrow, so we just have to get everyone excited for it, but they already are, right, guys? Yeah. All the kids cheered. Do we get to wear costumes? Can we go trick-or-treating? What games are we playing? All the kids crowded around Bakugou and excitedly started asking him about their party tomorrow. Oi, brats, calm down or you won't get a DMN party. Bakugou yelled, causing all the kids to stop and sit down in front of him and Deku. That was fast. Bakugou muttered, making Deku giggle. They really want that party. Yeah, but it's just a Halloween party, nothing special. To you maybe, but to them, it's their chance to feel like a normal kid. Deku said, making Bakugou pause and look at all the little kids sitting in front of him. Who's gone trick-or-treating before? He asked, and only 2 out of the 7 kids raised their hands. Really? Bakugou said in slight shock. I've never gone either. Deku admitted, making Bakugou turn to look at him with a confused written face. But you're 16. Deku shrugged. My mom didn't want me going. He explained with a slight frown, which for some reason made Bakugou's heart ache. Idiot, so you never got dressed up in costume and gone to people's houses asking for candy? Deku and the other kids just shook their heads. I mean, they have worn the costume the hospital provides and the nurses give them some candy to share. Deku said. But those costumes are disgusting. Yeah, I know. Deku mumbled out while nodding in agreement. 9 Bakugou looked back at the kids in front of him to see them all looking down with frowns on their faces. He looked back at Deku to see him doing the same. He said, making the little girl look up at him. If you could be anything for Halloween, what would you be? The girl smiled and started bouncing in her seat. A Disney princess. They always get happy endings. Okay, which Disney princess? Bakugou asked while getting a piece of paper and a pencil. The Ariel. No, Jasmine. Oh, or Elsa. Just pick one, brat. Bakugou said while erasing the names since she kept changing her mind. 23, then Rapunzel. You sure? She's brave just like me. Eri said with a bright smile on her face. All right, Rapunzel it is. Who's next? Bakugou asked, and the rest of the kids' hands shot up eagerly, wanting to tell him what they always dreamed of being for Halloween. 13. Oh, can I be Deadpool? Bakugou just nodded and wrote Deadpool next to the kid's name. He then looked up at Deku, who was watching him write down everything the kids were saying. Your turn, he said, making Deku stumble back and flush. My turn? Yeah, what do you want to be for Halloween? I don't know, I haven't really thought about it in a while. I guess a ghost. Huh, a ghost really? Bakugo laughed a bit but regretted it when he saw Deku frown and look down. 48, you're right, it's stupid, don't write that. No. It's great. I think you'll look good as a ghost. Bakugo quickly said and wrote down the word ghost next to Deku's name, making the greenette smile softly. Then what are you going to go as, Kaken? Deku asked. Yeah, I think you should be a vampire. One of the kids said. Or a ninja. Oh, how about something funny like a clown? Yeah, a clown. Clown. All the kids began to chant, making Deku laugh and Bakugo growl. 35, Kaken, you sound like a wolf when you do that. Deku laughed out. Well, I'm not dressing up as a demon clown. He yelled, making the kids boo at him. How about you go as a werewolf then? After all, you were just growling like one. Deku suggested. I'll think about it. Bakugo said while folding the piece of paper he wrote on and placing it in his pocket. 31. Alright Deku, let's go set up all the stuff for the party. Bakugo said while getting up. Yeah, okay, I think all the games and stuff are downstairs. Deku told him. Great. See you later, brats. Bye Bakugo, bye Deku. All the kids waved bye at them as they walked out of the room. Kaken. What are you going to do with the list? Deku asked as they walked down the hall leading to the staircase for downstairs. I'm going to get you all better costumes. He simply replied. But isn't that a lot of money? I don't want you to waste your money on a few stupid costumes, especially one for me. He mumbled the last part quietly, but Bakugo still managed to hear, and he stopped in his tracks, making Deku stop as well. They are not just some stupid costumes. This is their chance to feel like a normal kid, just like you said. And if that means wasting a few bucks, then so be it. I want to see those brats in actual costumes, with buckets filled to the top with candy, and bright shining smiles on their faces. I want to see you like that too. Bakugo told him, making the greenette's cheeks turn pink and a smile appeared on his face. 74, thank you. One next day, what do you mean you're not coming anymore? Kirishima asked the blonde who is currently sitting on his motorcycle strapping on his helmet. I'm not coming anymore. Just go egg the houses without me. Dude, it's not going to be as fun without you. And what do you have to do that's so much better than egging and TPing the teachers' houses? I'm going over to the hospital, Bakugo said while starting up his bike. For the hospital, really? Is it to talk to that guy again? 'Cause you could just invite him, it will be cool to see who you're crushing over. Bakugo glared at the redhead, making him flinch. I don't have a crush on him, and I'm not going to let you guys meet him. You'll probably taint him or some SHT. He's too precious for that. He said, mumbling the last part quietly to himself. 36. Whatever man, have fun, I'm going to go change into my costume now. See ya? Kirishima said while walking back into his house. 6. Bakugo drove off, but he didn't go to the hospital right away. Instead, he went to his house. He parked his bike in the driveway and went up to the door and rung the doorbell. A few seconds passed and he was soon greeted by Karakoko and King. You're here? Yeah, are they home? Bakugo asked while crouching down to pet his dog. Nope. Karakoko said while shaking her head. Did you get everything I asked for? Yep, we got all the costumes, the tiny pumpkins, candy buckets, and the candy. Great, so can you give me the car keys and I'll leave my bike dash, Katsuki? Bakugo turned his head to see both his parents walking towards him. I thought you said they weren't here. Bakugo stood up and yelled at Karakoko, who scratched the back of her neck. You see, they told me to tell you that, sorry. Katsuki rolled his eyes at her before looking back to his parents and glaring at them, making King start to snarl at them. 2. I'm just here to get some things, so leave me the hell alone. He told them. Katsuki, come on, we just want to talk. We could chat over dinner. The chef is cooking up some filet mignon right now. Masaru suggested, but was met with an eye roll and a scoff from the teen. 16. Fine, let's chat. Great. After you answer some questions. Bakugo said, making Mitsuki frown. I will ask you 3 easy questions. If you get one right, I'll join you. If not, I'm leaving. Bakugo then crouched down and started petting King. What's his name? Bakugo asked and watched as his parents just looked at each other. His name is a Rover, Masaru mumbled, and Mitsuki just rolled her eyes. 30, we don't know your demon dog's name, okay? I don't even remember getting you a dog. Mitsuki said while crossing her arms. His name is King and he was a stray I found at the park when I was 12. He was hurt and I asked you if we could keep him. Bakugou explained while glaring at her. Doesn't ring a bell. Mitsuki mumbled. Sai was the day you won Best Fashion Model and flew to Paris later that day to get the award. Karakoko said. Now that I remember. Good times. Mitsuki sighed out, making Bakugou shake his head. 34. Honey, focus, we have to get one right. Masaru told her. Next, what was the name of the superhero I was obsessed with as a kid? Oh, I know this one. Masaru claimed while snapping his fingers. Well, what is it? Mitsuki asked him. What's his name? He had blonde hair and like a blue hero suit. Thor. Not even F close. Bakugou said while standing up. 45, what really? I could have sworn I bought you Thor toys when you were younger. Well, you didn't. It was All Might. All Might, why does that sound familiar? Mitsuki questioned. Probably because Katsuki locked himself in one of your cars during a massive heat wave until you specifically got and handed him the limited edition action figure. Karakoko said, but Mitsuki shook her head. That's not it, I think you designed some outfits for his movie. She said while pointing to Masaru. You know what I think I did? He said while rubbing his chin, trying to remember. Do you want to hear the last question or not? Bakugou asked them while crossing his arms and tapping his foot impatiently. Yes, sorry, what is it? It's a super easy one. When's my birthday? Bakugou asked, and both of his parents paused and looked at one another, neither knowing what to say. You're kidding me, Bakugou whispered while frowning and uncrossing his arms, but both his parents remained silent. 165. Wow. He sighed out softly and turned to look at his maid, who looked just as disappointed. Karakoko, where's the stuff? He asked her. They are in the dash. Karakoko, don't tell him. Mitsuki yelled, gaining both of their attention and making King growl at her. Not until after he talks with us. After you both just forgot my birthday. I don't think so. Karakoko, tell me where my stuff is. The blueonette opened her mouth to say something but was immediately yelled at by Mitsuki. 3. Karakoko, don't tell him. Karakoko, tell me. Karakoko, if you say anything you're fired. Karakoko, you're not fired, just tell me. Karakoko, don't open up your diamond mouth. Karakoko, tell me already. Karakoko, no. Karakoko, yes. Karakoko. Karakoko. It's in the kitchen. The two blondes stopped yelling at the poor maid, whose neck would probably have snapped if she kept on turning to look at each of them, and they looked over at Masaru, who had just yelled. 10 thanks. Bakugou grumbled while shoving past them to get to the kitchen, King following behind him. Why would you do that? Mitsuki yelled at her husband. Honey, we don't even remember his birthday. He should talk to us on his choice. We shouldn't force it on him. But it's already been 2 weeks. I know. He sighed out while rubbing her shoulder, trying to comfort her. 4. Bakugou got all the boxes and placed them in the back of one of his parents' many cars. Don't return it, damage. Karakoko told him while handing him the keys. After what they did, no promises. He said, and took the keys from her, making her sigh and shake her head. Have fun with Izuku, she teased, making the blonde's face turn red. I don't like him. He stammered out while starting up the car. Karakoko then smirked down at King, who looked to be smirking back at her. 62. I never said you did. She said, looking back at Bakugou with a smirk, making the blonde flush more. Ugh, I don't have time for this, I gotta go. He grumbled. Bye. Karakoko laughed out and waved goodbye as Bakugou backed the car out of the driveway and into the street. 8. Happy Halloween, phone please. Nurse Joy said as soon as Bakugou entered. Actually, I kinda wanted to use it today, for like pictures and videos and stuff. He told her while placing down the boxes on a table. She thought for a bit, then nodded her head. I'll allow it, but only for today. Now, are you going to tell me what's in those boxes? Oh, just a few treats. He said, making Nurse Joy raise an eyebrow questionably. No tricks. None at all, not this Halloween. He told her, which made her smile. Kaken. Bakugou turned around to be met with a smiling Deku. Hey. The blonde stuttered out as the 𝗓𝗏𝗃 got close to him. Are these the costumes? Deku asked, excitedly jumping a bit as he did so, making the blonde's face flush more than it already was. He looked so cute, he thought while staring at the boy's smiling freckled face. Yeah, these are it. I also got some candy and other things. Do you want to see them? Deku nodded and Bakugou started opening up the boxes, taking out the costumes everyone wanted. 11. I can't believe you actually bought them. And they look so nice too. Gasp, is that my ghost? Deku exclaimed while picking up the packaging with a picture of a ghost on it. Bakugou watched as the excited teen stared at the packaging with wide eyes that seemed to sparkle with childlike wonder right before pressing it against his chest, hugging it. I want to see him look like that all the time, Bakugou thought while a slight blush spread across his face. 14. How much did all this cost you? Deku asked while turning to look at the blonde still clinging onto the costume. Not a lot. Really? Because this looks like a lot of stuff and dash. Hey, I worry about the money and you worry about getting everyone in costume, okay? Bakugou said while handing him all the costumes. Okay. Deku said, a wide smile on his face when he turned to go down to the children's wing. There's no way I'm telling him that this all cost about $1,000, which isn't that much to me, but if he knows that I'm rich he'll probably start asking me for money and stuff, and when he gets enough he'll just leave me like everyone else. Bakugou thought while picking up the box full of candy and going towards the main lounge area. 63. Alright, old-timers, after we are done playing some games I want you to take one of these packs of candies and go to your room so the kids can go trick-or-treating. Oh, and make sure you give them good candy. I want them to be happy during the whole time and not complain. Bakugou told them while placing the box full of candy down on the table. 4. Hey, where's that other kid that's always too busy on his phone to talk to us? An old lady asked, making Bakugou sigh. I am that kid, he said, making the elders gasp. Impossible, you seem too caring, the lady said, making the other elders laugh. I see what's happening, it's one of those Halloween pranks. He's going to be good one minute, then bad the next. An old guy said. It's not a prank, I can be nice, Bakugou yelled, making all the elders raise their eyebrows at him. 2. What's that look for? No offense, kid, but I don't buy it, Tornio said while leaning back in his chair. Don't buy what? You being nice. Listen, kid, you remind me of me when I was younger. I was such a wild card then, and the only time I would calm down was either in a fight or if I was trying to impress someone, Torino told him, making the teen scoff. 18. Well, I'm obviously not in a fight and there's no one here I'm trying to impress, he said while rolling his eyes and crossing his arms. Kaken. The sound of Izuku's voice made the blonde turn around with a smile on his face. 29. How do I look? He asked excitedly while twirling around in his ghost costume. Adorable, Bakugou thought while biting his lip and staring up and down at the twirling teen. A slight blush crept upon his face when doing so, which the elders happened to notice. 55. Why, you look great, Bakugou said, trying his best not to tell the 𝗓𝗏𝗃 what he really thought. You think so? Yeah, he sighed out when the 𝗓𝗏𝗃 stopped spinning to smile up at him. I still can't believe you went out of your way to get these. Thanks again. Oh, I should probably go and finish helping the kids put on theirs. I was just so excited I wanted to show you first. Thanks again, Izuku said and ran off back towards the children's wing. 9. Bakugou smiled to himself and glanced over to the elders who were all smirking at him. Ugh, now what's that look for? He asked in annoyance, making the smile on his face shift back to his normal scowl. 29. You like him, don't you? An old lady asked, making the blonde's face go red. And no, I don't, he yelled and cursed himself for stuttering. Yup, that's the face of someone who's in, she said, and the others nodded in agreement. I'm not in love. Don't worry, kid, we won't judge. Yeah, we will just be on the sidelines rooting for you. Yeah, but when you two do get together, I don't want to see too much of that PDA nonsense. Oh, hush you, they should be allowed to kiss whenever they want. Ugh, I'm going to change into my costume now, Bakugou yelled and stormed off down the hall. 61. And I kissing? His face turned beet red when he thought of the scene. Don't think like that. You don't even like him. Bakugou then thought about Deku's adorable smile and cute laugh that he loves so much. 48. Or do I? 126 Once everyone was in costumes, they all had a great time playing games like Pin the Tail on the Black Cat, a pumpkin carving contest, Egyptian mummy where the kids raced to wrap toilet paper around Bakugou and Deku to make them look like a mummy, and Halloween-themed bingo where if you get bingo you win a piece of candy. Everyone was having a good time and eventually it was time to go trick-or-treating. All right, everyone has their candy bucket, Bakugou asked, and the kids and Deku all nodded their heads. All right then, follow me, he said and started walking down the hall. 𝗕𝗄𝗏 is the leader of the pack. Deku joked since Bakugou is currently dressed up as a werewolf. Demon, right I am, he said, making everyone laugh. 60 They made it to the first hospital room and Eri knocked on the door. Trick or treat, they all said once Torino opened up the door. I haven't done this in so long. He laughed out while giving them each handfuls of candy. Thank you, they said and ran off to the next door. 7 Hey kid, Torino said, making Bakugou turn around and walk back to him. I know you're trying to impress him, but this better not be an act, he said while pointing up and down at the teen. That boy means a lot to all of us, so don't go and do something you might regret, understand? Bakugou nodded, which made Torino smile. All right, now go back to your trick-or-treating, NCIS is on, he said and shoved Bakugou towards the group with his cane. 57 Something I might regret, Bakugou thought while walking back towards the group. He looked at Deku and smiled when he saw him holding out his bucket with a big smile on his face asking for candy. I don't think I'll regret anything. That's what he thinks. 375 Kaken, I can't believe you're actually wearing that, Deku said while laughing. Shut up. I did it for the kids. So hurry up and take the DMN photo so I can change. He turned and yelled at Nurse Joy, who was holding his phone and laughing. Haha, I'm sorry ahem, okay, on the count of 3 say Happy Halloween. 123 Happy Halloween. Joy took the picture and handed the phone back to Bakugou, who took it and smiled at the picture. How did it come out? Deku asks while leaning over the blonde's shoulder. Look for yourself, he said and handed the phone to him, which made Deku smile when seeing the picture. 8 You look so mad, Deku laughed out while handing him back his phone. You would be too if you dressed like this, Bakugou grumbled while taking off the rainbow afro and red nose. I guess then how about we take a picture together, Deku suggested while Bakugou was wiping away the face paint with a disinfecting wipe. 64 You mean of just the two of us, Bakugou asked, and Deku nodded. Go, he said and pulled out his phone. We should make a scary face, Deku told him. Deku made a scary face and Bakugou took the picture. Let me see, Deku said. Let's take another one. This one came out blurry, Bakugou mumbled with a slight blush on his face. Okay. 23 They took another picture, both making scary faces. That came out nice, Deku said, and Bakugou nodded while changing something on his phone. 13 Thanks for a great Halloween, Kaken, Deku said while smiling at the blonde, making him blush. Right back at you, he said, making Deku smile more. And then Mr. Yamada came out of the house and started screaming at us, but we were TPing Aizawa's house. I think they are dating. I totally ship it. Mina, how many times do we have to tell you to stop shipping our teachers? Maybe Aizawa just invited him over to hang out. Since when does Mr. Aizawa hang out with anybody? All he does is sleep and threaten to expel us, and also out of all the teachers he talks with Mr. Yamada the most. Mina does have a point. 0 Bakubro, what do you think? Bubro, Kirishima yelled at his friends sitting next to him at the lunch table. 46 Bakugou looked up from his phone and glared at them. What the hell do you extras want? He grumbled. Do you think Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Yamada are dating? Mina asked him, making him roll his eyes. Why the hell should I care about that? He said and looked back down at his phone and smiled when doing so, which caught the attention of the others. Mina nudged her head in Bakugou's direction, trying to tell Kirishima to look over at his phone. He got the message and nodded. He slowly started leaning in closer to the blonde to see what he was looking at. Dude, is that you in a clown suit? Kirishima yelled out in laughter, making Bakugou lift his head up and push the redhead away from him. Shut your DMN mouth, shitty hair, he yelled, getting ready to punch the teen that still hasn't stopped laughing. 𝗵𝗲 then quickly grabbed his phone that he placed on the table to see what all the fuss was about. 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗫𝗁𝐾𝐽, who were sitting beside her, leaned in to see the phone as well. Ha, I always knew you were a clown. 𝗫𝗁𝐾𝐽 joked, making Bakugou, who had Kirishima in a headlock, turn to look at him, glaring dangers at the dumb blonde. Ha, I can't believe you wore that. 𝗬𝗏 also laughed out, causing Bakugou to glare at him as well. While the boys were yelling at each other and Bakugou was attacking them, 𝗵𝗲 kept looking at the picture but not at Bakugou dressed as a clown, even though it was hilarious. She was looking at the shorter green-haired boy dressed as a ghost standing right next to him, who in the picture doesn't seem to realize Bakugou was looking at him and that he was blushing. That's when it clicked and she let out a shrill, high-pitched screech that caused people to look in their direction but quickly ignored it when they realized it was coming from the table Bakugou sits at, which is always loud. Is this the guy you ditched us on Halloween for? She exclaimed while pointing at the boy in the photo. Bakugou's face flushed red when he looked over and saw the picture. Gasp, you like him? She squealed, seeing the blonde's red face. No, the F I don't. And give me back my F phone. He yelled and reached out across the table to get his phone, but 𝗵𝗲 pulled it away. OMG, you made his picture your lock screen. You are crushing on him. She squealed out again. Shut the hell up and give me my DMN phone. He yelled and finally managed to snatch the phone away from her. 32, dude, you got to tell us who he is. Kirishima said. Yeah, I want to know all about who you're falling in love with. 𝗵𝗲 squealed. I'm not falling in love with anyone. Bakugou yelled and glared at his friends, but the bright red blush on his face was telling a different story. Okay, I know we made a bet and all, but I'm kinda interested in knowing who he is too. 𝗫𝗁𝐾𝐽 said. Dude, what? I don't want to be seen wearing a dress to prom. 𝗬𝗏 said, causing both 𝗵𝗲 and Kirishima to laugh at their idea. I don't have to tell you guys, Bakugou said while crossing his arms. Come on, tell us. 𝗵𝗲 whined. Tell us. Tell us. Tell us. They all began to chant while pounding their fists down on the table. Fine. Just shut the hell up already. He yelled, making all of them stop, and they patiently waited for him to speak. 2. His name is Izuku Midoriya. He's 16. He has the cutest goddamn laugh I've ever heard. And whenever he laughs, he does this cute little cough after. When he smiles, little dimples appear on the side of his cheeks. His freckles are like tiny stars splattered across his face. He's really nice and easy to talk to, and he's pretty funny too. All the kids and old folk there love him. He's always caring and friendly towards them. Which makes sense since he's always happy, and whenever I go to the hospital he's always there with a big smile on his face, which makes my stomach feel all wired. And whenever he calls me 𝗂𝐿, it makes me smile and my heart feels like it's going to explode, and then I get kinda nervous around him, which makes me stutter a bit. And he stopped what he was saying and his eyes went wide when he looked at his friends who were all nodding and smiling at him. 127 He sighed and dropped his head down on the table. I do have a crush on him, don't I? Kirishima nodded his head and started patting the other male's back. Yeah bro, you do. Ugh. Bakugou groaned while sitting back up and running his hands through his hair. How the hell did this happen? I've never felt like this towards anyone before. Love works in mysterious ways. I'm just glad you admitted it. Now 𝗫𝗁𝐾𝐽 and 𝗬𝗏 have to wear dresses to prom. 𝗵𝗲 said while clapping her hands together excitedly. 20. Wait a minute. The deal was that he has to be with someone before prom. He's not with Midoriya. 𝗬𝗏 yelled out. Not yet. 𝗵𝗲 shouted back. Bakugou, you're seeing Midoriya today, right? Yeah, then confess your love for him. What? Just walk in there and as soon as you see him just grab him by his hands, look deeply into his whatever color eyes and say, oh Izuku, ever since the day we've met I've been in love with you, will you please just go out with me and be my demon boyfriend? 𝗵𝗲 said while doing her best to mimic Bakugou's voice. First, his eyes are emerald green just like his curly hair. Second, I don't talk like that. And third, there's no way in hell I'm doing or saying any of that to him. He yelled, making her frown. 19 pages. 𝗵𝗲 mumbled, a smirk spreading across her face when she saw the blonde glaring at her. What the hell did you just call me? I said 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. Call me that one more time. Bakugou growled, making the others look at Mina with a concerned look on their faces. Okay, you're not a PP for not wanting to confess. All right, the dash, you're a lil beach. Bakugou got up and slammed his hands down on the table. I stole a police car. How the hell does that make me a beach? Because you're a lil beach. Fine, I'll do it. Oh yeah. 72, yeah. 1, I can't do it. 139, Bakugou said to himself while taking off his bike helmet and placing it on the side of the handlebars. Teeth, stupid Pinky getting me all riled up. Now they are expecting me to do it. How the hell am I even supposed to tell him? He mumbled while walking up the steps of the building. Hey, Deku, they say opposites attract and they're right because I'm attracted to you. No, that sounds stupid. Deku, you know my parents don't spend time with me and they probably don't love me, but that's alright because you can do that job instead. No, that's too DMN personal. Hey there, cutie me, and you should get together and sometimes. Damn it, Katsuki, you are actually trying to get together with him, not just for once. The blonde just sighed and shook his head while opening the door. 54, Pinky's confession doesn't sound so bad anymore. Maybe I should just say the dash. I can't believe you did that. Yeah, I even got a picture, do you want to see? Yeah. Bakugou's thoughts were cut off when he saw Deku laughing with a girl. 103, the girl was wearing a light pink cable knit sweater with pale blue jeans and brown ux. Her face was relatively round and her cheeks had a pink hue to them. She had short brown hair styled into a bob and big brown eyes. 62, Bakugou looked back and forth between the two, growing angrier as he watched them laugh together. 17, why the hell is she making him laugh so dim and much? Only I get to make him laugh that much. He should be laughing with me, not whoever the hell she is. He's so busy laughing that he hasn't even noticed me yet. This speech is keeping him away from me. 59, the girl looked up from her phone and flinched when she saw Bakugou glaring at her. Bakugou. She stammered out, making the teen scoff at her. Deku looked up and looked back and forth between the two. You know each other? He asked while looking at the girl, which pissed Bakugou off more. Oh, not really, but he goes to my school and we have a few classes together. What are you doing here? She asked him. I'm doing community service, dumb butt. He said harshly to her, making her flinch at his tone. 10, that wasn't very nice. Deku told him with a slight frown on his face, making Bakugou's heart ache slightly. It's okay, Midoriya, this is how he usually acts towards others. She told him reassuringly. But Kaken doesn't act like that here. He said while tilting his head in confusion. Kaken? She asked questionably, which made Bakugou cringe that someone else besides Deku said his nickname. Oh, that's a nickname I gave him. A nickname? How can I use it too? Hell no. Bakugou yelled, making her flinch and Deku frown again. 56, Kaken, why are you being so mean today? Before Bakugou had a chance to say anything, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 spoke up again. Have you really never seen him act like this before? Because this is him like every day at school. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 asked the greenette, but he just shook his head. Is Kaken really that mean? Oh yeah. He bullies some of the smart kids into doing his homework for him. He tells people that are trying to talk to him to go to hell or to die. He gets into fights with people like every week. Like this one time I was walking to class and he just punched a girl square in the face. I think he actually broke her nose. She explained. 203, first, off that beach I punched was spreading nasty rumors about Pinky. She deserved a broken nose. Second, I don't bully people. I ask those nerds for help and instead, they just take my homework and do it for me. Third, I do tell people to go to hell or die, but that's because they are talking to me when I just want to be left alone. Deku doesn't know my side and this speech is making me sound like a JRK in front of him. Bakugou thought while clenching his fist and gritting his teeth together while glaring at the girl. 11. Kaken, did you really do all those things? Deku asked while looking towards the blonde, who softened his gaze when looking at him. He opened his mouth to tell him his side, but 𝗬𝗏𝗏 started talking again. Oh, sorry, I probably shouldn't have said all that. I don't want you to view him differently now, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 said while rubbing the side of her arm, realizing what she did. Oh no, you're fine, 𝗬𝗏𝗏, it's just kinda surprising since Kaken's so nice to me. I guess that's just a side of him I've never seen before. How does he act when he's nice? Why can you stop talking about me like I'm not standing in front of you? Oh, alright, sorry. Uraraka stuttered out. 78. So what the hell do we have to do today? Bakugou asked Deku, choosing to ignore Uraraka at this point. Oh, I was thinking of giving Uraraka a tour and introducing her to everybody. Ah, that's so sweet of you, Midoriya. She told him, making the boy smile, which made the blonde upset. Only I should get to see him smile like that. Bakugou thought while glaring at Uraraka. 18. Whatever, let's give the beach a stupid but tour already. Bakugou grumbled out. Oh, Bakugou, you're here. There's some police officer here to meet with you. Nurse Joy said while walking into the room. Well, why? I've been framed. I haven't done anything wrong today. Calm down, he's just here to do an end-of-the-month review on your community service. He would have come sooner, but he was busy with work. She told him. But do I have to go now? I was going with Deku to show what's her face around or something. Don't worry, Bakugou, Midoriya can just show me around. Yeah, Kaken will be fine without you. Deku told him, which made Bakugou's heart twinge in pain. 127. The two started walking off together towards the children's wing. Bakugou watched as she said something to him, making them both laugh. His heart ached at the action. 15, but his body trembled with rage. So, when are you going to confess your love to Midoriya? Mina asked the blonde who was sitting across from her at the lunch table, picking at the wet, flavorless noodles on his tray, which the school considers as pasta, with his cheap plastic fork. 3. When I feel like it. So stop asking me every DMN day. He yelled while looking up to glare at her. Sigh, I should have made a bet with you the first time. I knew you wouldn't be able to do it. I could have gotten myself 10 grand. She laughed out, but Bakugou just frowned and looked back down at his tray. Mina, you know he doesn't like jokes about that. Kirishima said, noticing the blonde's reaction. Oh yeah, my bad. She laughed out sheepishly while scratching the back of her head. It's whatever. I don't even use their DMN money. But you did on Halloween, right? Denki asked. It was only $1,000 and it was for Deku and the kids, not me. Ah, it's so cute you gave him a nickname. How'd you come up with it? Mina squealed. The kids at the hospital came up with it, and I'm just calling him that because he wants to call me Kaken. Bakugou glared over at the brunette walking over to his table. 39. I told you not to call me that. He growled once she got there. Oh sorry, it just slipped out. Being round Deku a lot kinda got me used to it. She giggled out, making Bakugou roll his eyes. 27. What the hell do you want anyway? He asked while stabbing at his pasta once again. I just wanted to let you know that Deku and I talked about putting up some Thanksgiving decorations today, and after we're going to host a bingo game for the elders. Why didn't you just tell me yesterday? You left earlier, remember? Something about needing a break. Right, you can leave now. He grumbled while rubbing the side of his head. See you later, she said, and quickly scurried back over to her table. Beach. Bakugou mumbled once she was far enough away so she couldn't hear. Why do you hate her so much again? Siro asked, but Bakugou just rolled his eyes. He's just jealous that she's spending time with Midoriya. Mina explained. I'm not jealous. Sure you aren't, she teased him with a smirk on her face. 10. I'm not jealous. She just showed up one day and now Deku's giving all his attention to her and not me. And I'm sick of it. I was with him first. He should be talking and laughing with me, not her. I'm the one that actually likes him. He makes my heart skip a beat when I see him, and I don't want her to take that feeling away from me. He yelled, and all his friends looked at each other until Denki said what they were all thinking. Dude, that's what being jealous is. 51. Bakugou opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out. Instead, he let out a loud groan and dropped his head down on the table. I am jealous, he mumbled, finally admitting to it. We know, bro, Kirishima said while patting his back. I've never been jealous before. He mumbled again, his head still down on the table. Good job, Bakugou, you've just unlocked another emotion. That makes what 5? Mina and Denki teased, making Bakugou stick up his middle finger at them. 53. Why is liking someone so hard? He's making me feel things I've never felt before, and I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. I really need to get him out of my head. But then again I don't want to, Bakugou thought. 14. Why is she even working at the hospital? I thought she had a part-time job. 𝗧𝗏 questioned. She got fired or some SHT, and no, she's working there because her mom is a nurse there I think, and she wants to help her out until she finds a new job. Bakugou explained while lifting his head up and resting it on the palm of his hand. Oh, so she won't be there for long, so what are you so worried about? Yeah bro, you'll have his attention back soon. And then you can confess. Mina squealed, making Bakugou roll his eyes. Or give me 10 grand. She laughed, but it was cut short when Bakugou threw his garlic bread at her. 48k. She yelled, making the other 3 boys laugh while Bakugou stood up from his seat. I need a break, he told them and started walking away. Hey, Bakugou. The blonde stopped and turned his head to see who had said his name. He rolled his eyes and glared at the shaggy blue-haired male with red eyes. What do you want? Bakugou asked, making the other guys smile creepily. Oh, nothing, I just heard that you slept with my girlfriend yesterday. He yelled, his smile switching to an angered expression. 69. Bakugou paused and scratched the side of his cheek, trying to recall what happened yesterday. I was pretty wasted, he thought, but eventually, a foggy memory of the weird blonde girl with golden eyes appeared in his head. 45. Oh, her we did dash, Bakugou started, but a punch was thrown his way which he just avoided. Oi, I'm not in the mood for this today. Bakugou yelled at the guy who almost punched him. What, the great Katsuki? Bakugou isn't in the mood to fight. Well, you were sure in the mood when you F my girlfriend last night. The teen yelled and went in for another punch, but Bakugou just grabbed his arm, stopping it. 7. Listen man, I was drunk but not that drunk. Bakugou told him and pushed his arms down. He started to walk away but stopped when he felt something hit the back of his head. He turned around and looked down to see a water bottle next to him. Bakugou looked back up and glared at the kid, but he stopped when he noticed Uraraka watching him. Look man, I'm not going to fight you, but I am sorry if you think I did that with your girl, Bakugou said and began to walk away again. The whole cafeteria was in shock, even his friends were surprised. The fearsome troublemaker/bad boy that doesn't back down from a challenge just refused to fight, and he apologized. 16. Shigaraki didn't know what to make of the situation, but his anger got the best of him. He ran over to Blonde, grabbed his shoulder, forcefully turning him around, and punched him in the side of his face. The kids gasped and Shigaraki stared at his hand. Everyone couldn't believe that Bakugou actually got punched in his face. No one has ever landed a blow like that on him before. 6. Bakugou stumbled back a bit from the sudden punch. The inside of his mouth tasted metallic and the side of his face stung. He looked up at the guy who just punched him, seeing him smiling at his hand. Shigaraki looked up and smirked at the blonde now holding the side of his face. Huh, that was easier than I thought, he said, making Bakugou glare at him with clenched teeth. What is it, are you still too scared to fight me? Do you want to call your rich mommy and daddy for help? Oh, wait, that's right, they don't even know you exist, huh? 40. Any amount of self-control Bakugou had left was thrown out the window. For in short, he went feral. 31. Hey mouse man, Bakugou said while kicking open the door to the principal's office and taking a seat in one of the chairs in front of his desk. He propped his feet up on the desk while dropping his backpack next to him on the floor. Principal Nizu, better known as Mouse Man by the students because of his mouse-like appearance, was a fairly short man with short white hair as well. His nose is kinda round and pointy like a mouse, and he was once caught eating a wheel of cheese. 30. He is a pretty laid-back principal. He cares about each of his students no matter how difficult they can be, he just wants the best for them all. However, he can be mean and intimidating from time to time, especially with that massive scar over his right eye, which no one knows how he got it. But Principal Nizu was used to Bakugou being sent to his office. The teen was sent there so much that the two actually ended up being somewhat friends. 2. Bakugou, there you are. I heard you got into a fight at lunch today. Yeah, look at what that piece of C did to my face, Bakugou said while removing the ice pack and showing Principal Nizu his bruised cheek. Oh, someone actually got you good this time, huh? Good for them. Nizu laughed out. Yeah, whatever, it only happened 'cause I didn't want to fight him. He mumbled and winced slightly when he placed the ice pack back on his cheek. You didn't want to fight? Nizu exclaimed. Shocker, right? I just didn't want to cause trouble today. Since when did you start caring about not causing trouble? Since now, I guess, Bakugou mumbled while looking down at his phone. The lock screen popped up and he smiled slightly at Deku's picture. I don't want that beach lying to him and telling him how bad I am. 5. So you done writing my detention slip? Just so you know, I plan on not going today, but I'll gladly make it up tomorrow. Bakugou told him, making the man laugh. Huh, I know you would, but I don't think I'm going to send you to detention today. 𝗧𝗍 said, and the blonde raised an eyebrow at him. What do you mean? Just then the door to the room opened. Oh, you both actually made it, 𝗧𝗍 said while smiling at them. Bakugou turned to look to see who he was talking to and immediately stood up and turned back around, glaring at his principal. No. Give me AF detention slip right now. Katsuki, you shouldn't talk to your principal like that, Masaru exclaimed. Shut the hell up, old man, he's more of dad to me than you are. Bakugou snapped back at his father, making the grown man frown and look down at the ground. 35. Bakugou, calm down. But why the hell are they here? They told me to contact them now whenever you get sent to my office. Bakugou scoffed and started grabbing his things. Katsuki, what are you doing? Mitsuki asked. Leaving. What else does it look like? He swung his backpack over his shoulder and looked over at 𝗧𝗍. I'll be waiting in the main office for my detention slip, Bakugou said, and pushed past his parents and out of the room, slamming the door shut. 11. That didn't go so well, Masaru mumbled. You think? Mitsuki said while taking a seat. I canceled a meeting with one of my top clients just to get yelled at by a 15-year-old brat. 18. 𝗧𝗍 said. You do know your son is 18 years old, right? 𝗧𝗍 asked Mitsuki, making her look to the ground. Yeah, I knew that, she mumbled, making 𝗧𝗍 sigh. He was right about you too, 𝗧𝗍 said, getting the parents' attention. 42. He talks about us. What does he say? Masaru asked. Yeah, all the maids and servants refuse to tell us anything, Mitsuki complained. 𝗧𝗍 just shook his head. When's his birthday? Not this question again. Mitsuki groaned while leaning back in the chair and crossing her arms. It's in March, Masaru said. April, 𝗧𝗍 told him. Oh, 19th. 20th. Oh, at least I was close, Masaru said with a shrug. 33. Sigh, it doesn't matter if you were close, what matters is that you both don't even know your only child's birthday, 𝗧𝗍 said, making them both look down. Look, Katsuki isn't a bad kid. His grades may be terrible. His test scores aren't so great either. He throws a number of pranks. He gets in countless fights and arguments with his teachers and peers, which gets him sent here to me. This all sounds bad, but after he's been to my office time after time, I learned why he does everything he does. 8. Well, why does he do it? Mitsuki asked after 𝗧𝗍 stopped talking. The fact that you haven't figured it out yet is telling. It's all because of you too. He's upset that you aren't paying him any attention, 𝗧𝗍 said, making Mitsuki and Masaru look at him, confusion written on their faces. 3. Our attention, but we're too busy for that. He knows that. Why don't you think we have so many people that take care of him while we're working? Mitsuki said. Your attention is completely different from a person being paid to talk and spend time with him, 𝗧𝗍 said, slightly upset that they really think this isn't their fault. But I don't see how. We've hired the best chefs to make him whatever he wants. The maids and servants were each handpicked to help him with whatever he may need. He has a pet and we give him money weekly to buy whatever he wants. He has all the attention he needs and he should be plenty happy, Masaru said. 34. 𝗧𝗍 was about to say something when Mitsuki's phone rang. She took it out of her pocket and answered it. Mitsuki. Bakugou speaking. No, I'm not that busy right now. What she did? That's great, tell her. Are you serious? 𝗧𝗍 yelled, making both of the parents flinch. Call me back later, Mitsuki mumbled on the phone and ended the call. 24. No wonder why Katsuki hates you both. You really don't care about him. Of course we care about him, Mitsuki yelled. You were just on the phone and said you weren't busy when we are having a conversation about your son. Mitsuki opened her mouth to say something but immediately closed it and frowned. 17. Listen, Katsuki isn't some plant that you just have to feed and water. He's a person. Your only kid, for crying out loud. And you're telling me that you're both too busy to make time for him. Money doesn't solve all your problems, you know. In fact, you know all the money you give him for a weekly allowance, he actually gives it to charity. I bet you didn't know that. Did you know that he actually hates the fancy foods your chef prepares for him? No. What do you know about your son? Nizu asked them, causing them to look at one another. 41. Unbelievable. Nizu sighed out and started writing something down. You two need to spend some time with your son. He's a great kid once you get to know him, and I can't believe I have to tell his own parents that. Nizu grumbled and got up from his desk and walked over to his door. Show him that you actually love him, cause I can tell you. Right now he doesn't think that you do. Nizu said and left the parents alone in the room. 11. Nizu walked up to the blonde sitting on the bench in the main office. He had his head down and AirPods in his ears. Here kid. Nizu said, and without looking Bakugou grabbed the detention slip and started walking towards the door. I'm sorry about your parents. Nizu called out and the blonde just slammed the door shut. 6. Bakugou got off his motorcycle and went inside the building. Oh, I was wondering if you were going to come today. Nurse Joy said when she saw him enter. Yeah, I had detention. Bakugou grumbled while giving her his phone. Oh, you got into a fight, huh? Does it still hurt? She asked, pointing to the bruise on his cheek. No, I'm fine. Okay. Well, Uraraka and Deku are in the main lounge playing bingo with the elders if you want to join them. She told him and he nodded his head. Bakugou walked over to the lounge and stood by the doorway. He saw Deku and Uraraka sitting at a table in the front smiling and laughing while calling out numbers. Bakugou sighed and turned back around. Is there anything else I can do? 33. Bakugou sat in the empty hallway with a lit cigarette in his hand. His head was down and his knees were pulled close to his chest. 3. Haven't I told you already that you shouldn't be doing that? Deku joked while walking up to the blonde. Bakugou looked up at him with a slight frown before bringing the cigarette to lips and inhaling it in before opening his mouth, slightly releasing the smoke. Deku frowned at the action and took a seat next to him. Kaken, what's wrong? Deku asked, but Bakugou remained silent. Hey, you can tell me, remember I have time for you. Bakugou lifted up his head and leaned it against the wall, letting out a sigh, but still no reply. I saw you walk into the room. I thought you were going to join us, but you didn't. Is it because we started without you? We kinda had to cause the elders were getting cranky and impatient. Old people, am I right? Deku laughed, but Bakugou still stayed silent. 8. Why aren't you saying anything? Did I do something wrong? Deku asked, his voice cracking, which made Bakugou quickly turn to look at him. His heart aching having heard the brunette's voice tremble like that. No. You did nothing wrong. I'm just sorry today hasn't been the best, he said while rubbing the back of his neck, and Deku looked at him with concern. Is it because you got into a fight today? Teach, let me guess, round face told you. That, and you have a bruise on your cheek. Great. What did she tell you? That it was because you slept with somebody's girlfriend? Ugh. The blonde groaned while leaning his head back against the wall. 20. Did you really do that? No. I know I got drunk, but I didn't get that wasted to do that. Oh wait, why were you drinking? Isn't that illegal for your age? Deku questioned. Not unless you get caught, and I haven't been caught yet. Well, it's still not good for you. Yeah, but it helps me forget SHT, so it's good in my book. What are you trying to forget? Bakugou glanced over at Deku to see the brunette staring up at him. His lips were slightly parted, revealing his small tooth gap, and his big green eyes were filled with worry. Bakugou averted his gaze and his face became slightly red. Someone, but it's not working, he mumbled and took another puff of his cigarette. 17. What else did she say about the fight? Just that everyone crowed around you guys. Everyone was screaming. Some of his friends joined in, but you beat them all up pretty badly. Honestly, it sounded really scary, Deku said while mumbling the last part quietly and shivering slightly, making Bakugou's frown deepen. 9. So she didn't tell you that I didn't want to fight in the first place, or that I even apologized even though I didn't do anything? Deku shook his head and Bakugou scoffed. Wow, he grumbled. Maybe she didn't see that part. Deku said, trying to give a reason for her to not mention it. No, she definitely saw that part. Bakugou thought while clenching his teeth. 32. Did anything else happen today? Deku asked him. Just a surprise visit from my shitty parents at school. I would have skipped detention and just came here, but seeing them at school, I just needed some time to myself. Bakugou explained. Are they really that bad? Deku questioned and Bakugou nodded. Why do you think I'm living with my friend? Bakugou told him while standing up. Sorry about that. Deku said while standing up as well. Yeah, well, I don't care, it's not like I want love and affection from people that don't even know my birthday. They don't know your birthday? Deku exclaimed and Bakugou just shook his head. And it's not like it's hard to remember April 20th, it's literally a meme. Like 420, come on, it couldn't get easier. I mean 69 is pretty easy to remember. Deku joked, making the blonde smile and chuckle lightly, which made Deku start giggling as well. 93, that was the highlight of my day. Thanks. Bakugou told him. Anytime, and 𝗵𝗃 before you go, Deku said, but started to bite his lip and shift his weight on his feet. What is it? Bakugou asked, confused by the boy's sudden actions. Do you want a hug? Deku asked while slowly extending out his arms, a slight blush spreading across his face while doing so. 53 Bakugou's eyes went wide and his face turned red. But you don't like physical connect? Bakugou said, surprised by the question. Why yeah, but you seem like you could really use one, so... Bakugou quickly wrapped his arms around the boy's waist and Deku wrapped his around the blonde's neck. 3. He smells like strawberries. 55. He smells like caramel. 58 Bakugou and Deku thought while tightening their hold on the other. Deku slowly started to nuzzle his head into the crook of Bakugou's neck, making the blonde blush heavily while hugging him even tighter. After what seemed like forever, but was actually 20 seconds, they started to pull apart. They stopped halfway and just stared at each other. 9 crimson red eyes being met with emerald green ones. A small smile on both of their faces, which seemed to be getting closer. 9 and closer, 24 and closer, 4 and closer, 11 and closer, 1, until Deku looked down and started coughing. 151. Sorry I think there's just too much smoke. Deku said while fanning the air in front of his nose. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Bakugou said while taking his cigarette and dropping it in the water bottle he brought with him. 23. It's okay, just stop smoking already or you're going to kill me. Deku joked, making Bakugou smile. Like I would ever hurt you. Bakugou said, making it the greenette's turn to smile. 82. I should probably get going now. Bakugou told him. Yeah, I hope your situation with your parents gets better, and if not, I'm always here for you. Deku said with a big closed-eyed smile on his face, making the blonde blush. I'll keep that in mind. 2. Bakugou walked out of the building and saw Uraraka standing on the sidewalk. Oh hey, I didn't know you came today. She said, noticing Bakugou walking down the steps. Yeah, well, I just decided to work by myself today. He told her through gritted teeth. Really, why? None of your business. Alright, sorry. Just then a car pulled up in front of her. 8. Well, I'll see Deku and you tomorrow. She said and waved goodbye to the blonde before stepping into the car. Bakugou scoffed and walked over to his bike, taking out his pack of cigarettes. While doing so, he took one out and started to raise it to his mouth but stopped. Plus, I'm always here for you. He smiled softly, remembering the hug, Deku's words, and the smile he gave afterward. He looked back down at the cigarettes and crushed them. He walked over to a garbage can and threw the pack away. Bakugou and Uraraka arrived at the hospital at the same time today. One getting off of his motorcycle, the other stepping out of her friend's car. 29. Hi, Bakugou. Uraraka said and waved at the blonde, who merely glared at her and stuck up his middle finger. The girl's friendly and polite smile switched to a frown as she trudged her way up the steps, following the blonde inside. Hi, Nurse Joy. Uraraka greeted the pink-haired nurse, who was in the middle of taking Bakugou's phone away from him. Oh hi Uraraka. How are you doing today? I'm good, I aced my chemistry test today. Oh, good job. Yeah, I totally would have failed if Deku didn't help me study. Speaking of which, where is he? Oh, he told me to tell you all that he's not feeling well today, so he probably won't be coming for a few days. Bakugou frowned at the news and then his face quickly switched to disgust. You mean he left me here with this? Bakugou said while pointing at Uraraka. 37. Hey. I could say the same thing about you, douchebag. Uraraka yelled, her cheeks puffing out while doing so. Who the hell are you calling a douchebag, you beach? You prick. Well, at least I don't tell lies to people. What lies? You lied to Deku about that fight yesterday. You knew I didn't do it, but you still told him I did. Well, how was I supposed to know if that was true or not? You basically sleep with everyone in the school. Alright, that's enough. Nurse Joy yelled, gaining both of the teens' attention. 42, Bakugou, you go spend some time with the elders, and Uraraka, you go with the kids. I want you both to cool down before I put you both in the same room again. Joy told them. Bakugou and Uraraka glared at each other before they both turned around to walk to their separate locations. For Bakugou walked into the lounge and sat down at his usual table. That if beach. I don't sleep with everyone in the school, it was only a couple and I was dating most of them. Bakugou thought. He then sighed and placed his head on the table. The thought of Deku hugging him then crossed his mind. Why did you have to be gone today? It's boring here without you, Bakugou thought. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Bakugou lifted his head up and glared at the elders. What the hell do you want? He grumbled out. Ooh, someone's back to his grumpy self. An old lady said. It's because Izuku isn't feeling well today, so they can't spend time together. Sigh, poor boy. Another lady sighed out. So the brat's only going to act nice when Izuku is around, huh? An older man said. He is only trying to impress him. Someone else said, and Bakugou just rolled his eyes and rested his head back down on the table. 2. I knew this was all an act. We should warn Izuku before he breaks his heart. Torino told the group, and they all nodded their heads. Don't tell him anything. Bakugou yelled while lifting his head up to look at the elders who were all smirking at him. Oh, why not? I don't want him to think I'm a JRK. That beach already lied to him about me. Bakugou grumbled. 2. Who? A lady asked, and Bakugou sighed. The girl that volunteers here now and spends time around Deku. Oh, Nurse Uraraka's daughter. She's such a sweet girl. She looks just like her mother. Some of the ladies started complimenting and saying nice things about her, which began to annoy Bakugou. I think she likes our little Izuku. One of them said, gaining Bakugou's attention, which made the elders laugh. Oh, someone's interested now. One of them teased, making Bakugou grumbled and cross his arms. Come on, kid, why don't we play a game while we talk? Torino said while getting up and walking over to his table, some other elders joining him. 9. You know how to play poker, kid? Torino asked while shuffling the cards. Of course I do. Torino chuckled and started passing out the cards while someone else passed out the chips. 9. So we all know that you're interested in Izuku. Torino said when he finished passing the cards out. Frankly, I think Izuku's too good for him. A lady grumbled while putting on her glasses to look at her cards. Why don't you think I know that? I'm trying to change, Bakugou mumbled while looking at his hand of 2 kings. One was a heart, the other was spades. 15. Good, I don't want Izuku dating some ruffian that gets into fights all the time. The lady said while pushing 2 green chips forward. I don't get into that many fights, and if I do, it's for a good reason. So what was the reason yesterday? Torino asked, watching the teen raise the chips to 40. The dude thought I slept with his girlfriend, which I didn't, but I apologized anyway since I didn't want to start anything, but he punched me, so I fought back. I was just defending myself. Bakugou explained, and the elders nodded. 1. That Ochako girl told us something different. I know beach. Bakugou grumbled while watching as Torino flipped over 3 cards, which consisted of a king of diamond, 6 of spades, and a 2 of hearts. You don't like her, do you? The lady said while sliding 2 red chips forward. You said that she likes Deku, right? Yes. Then I hate her. Bakugou said, making the others laugh. Huh, you really want Izuku, don't you? A man asked him while calling. It's just I don't want her getting to him before I do, Bakugou mumbled while raising by 100. I don't think you have anything to worry about, kid. Torino said while calling. What do you mean? Geez, kid, are you slow? He's saying Izuku likes you too. The lady said while raising by 10, making the next guy fold. 30. Bakugou's eyes got wide and a small smile appeared on his face. Are you serious? They all just shrugged, making Bakugou frown. What the hell does that mean? Bakugou asked while mimicking their shrug. It means that we're not 100% sure. Torino said while flipping over another card which was a 6 of hearts. Exactly, but whenever you leave Izuku usually starts talking about you to us. It's really cute. The lady said in awe. If by cute you mean annoying. It's always Kaken said this. Kaken likes these. Did you know Kaken could do this? I have to turn down my hearing aids whenever he starts rambling. Oh hush, you let him be happy for once. The lady said while hitting the man on his arm. That, however, piqued the blonde's interest. 15. What do you mean by happy for once? He always seems happy when I see him. The elders all started looking at one another until Torino spoke up. Izuku has a tough life. What's that supposed to mean? Look kid, you're just going to have to ask him about it when he comes back. It isn't my place to tell. Torino said, making Bakugou frown. 57. How come he never brought this up before I talk about my parents to him? I'll just ask when he comes back. Bakugou thought but then smiled softly at the thought of talking with Izuku. 1. And I win again, suckers. God damn and it Chio. A man said while the lady laughed and slid the chips over to her side of the table. You're really good at this. Bakugou said as he chuckled lightly at the lady playing with all the chips she had won. It takes practice, but if we were playing for actual money you would be going home broke. Ha, she's right, you play so dangerously. Every time it's your turn you raise the bet. Torino said and Katsuki just shrugged. 10. I don't really care about money. Oh, that's what someone with a lot of money would say. Well, it's my parents' money, they can earn it back in a couple of days. Bakugou mumbled out. Oh, so you're a rich kid, huh? I would never have guessed. Torino said while passing out the cards. Yeah, well, it's not like I use their money, I would rather be poor maybe than my parents would actually pay attention to me. Bakugou mumbled the last part quietly so they couldn't hear. Ah, the Bakugou. Bakugou looked up to see Uraraka standing in front of the table. What the hell do you want? Nurse Joy wants us to help change the sheets in everyone's room. Bakugou rolled his eyes and got up from his seat. I would have won this time, he said while placing his cards face up on the table. Demon Kid would have taken all my money. Chio mumbled, making the others at the table laugh. Let's go round face, Bakugou said while pushing past her to the door. She yelled from being shoved, but Bakugou ignored her. When they went into a room, Uraraka took off the sheets from the bed and took the pillowcases off the pillows. She then put them in a laundry cart. Bakugou took the clean sheets and placed them on the bed and put the pillowcases on the pillows. They were in complete silence while doing this, and it went on for a couple more rooms until Uraraka finally spoke up. I'm sorry for calling you a douchebag earlier, that was really rude of me, she said while he was putting on the sheet. Whatever, he mumbled. Are you not going to say sorry back? He looked up at her and glared at her. Why the hell would I say that? For calling me a beach. And why would I be sorry for that? Because I'm not a beach. But you are. Uraraka pouted and crossed her arms. I haven't done anything bad to you. So why do you hate me so much? She asked while glaring at the blonde, who merely returned the glare back but was much more intense. 13. I don't know, maybe it's because you're lying to Deku about me, making me sound like some FJRK that he should be scared of. Bakugou yelled at her. I just told him what I saw. Uraraka yelled back defensively, making Bakugou scoff. You heard me apologize and say that I didn't want to fight, but you still lied to him. He deserves to know how terrible you are. I know what people say about you. You're a scumbag that just whoever you find attractive, then forget about them in a week. You get into fights every other week, and some of them end up with people in the hospital. Why would I let someone nice and sweet like Deku be friends with an but like you? Bakugou glared at her with clenched teeth and his hands balled up into a fist. 20. I'm trying to change all that, so don't say any more SHT about me to Deku. I don't want you ruining my chance with him, Bakugou said while mumbling the last part, but Uraraka managed to catch it, making her eyes go wide. 7. Do you have a crush on Deku? She asked him. Bakugou's face flushed red, but he quickly narrowed his eyes at her and frowned. Of course I don't, idiot. I'm just trying to be his friend. Do you have a crush on him? Bakugou yelled back, and his glare deepened when he noticed the blush appear on her face. 14. Oh, he's just a friend. Uraraka stuttered out while shaking her head. So you don't like him? Bakugou asked again for reassurance. And you don't like him? Uraraka asked again. No. 119 good. Uraraka mumbled. 6 good. Bakugou mumbled back. Bakugou walked into the hospital and went straight towards the lounge. Please be here, please be here, please be here. He thought while walking into the room. A wide smile immediately appeared on his face when he saw the familiar set of green curls that he hasn't seen in a week. He yelled, making the boy sitting at the table turn around. He smiled once he saw Bakugou walking over to him. Kaken! He yelled back, making Bakugou's heart flutter. It's nice hearing that again. Bakugou thought while taking a seat next to Deku. 9, what happened to you? You left me here by myself for a week. You weren't by yourself, Uraraka was with you. Like I said, I was by myself. Bakugou said, making Deku giggle. Demon, I missed his laugh. Bakugou thought while staring at the greenette. Ahem, but I think I got a stomach bug from something I ate. Oh, you're feeling better now though, right? I just needed some rest. Well, I'm glad you're better. Me too, I missed everyone. Yeah, we missed you too. Bakugou said, catching himself from saying something else. 21. So what did you guys do while I wasn't here? Deku asked. Ugh, the usual, but it was boring without you. But Uraraka was with you. Where is she anyway? Bakugou asked while looking around to see where the brunette is. Oh, her mom told me that she's at a job interview today. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿. Bakugou cheered, making Deku laugh. Hopefully she gets the job so I won't have to see her anymore. But she goes to your school. Yeah, so she'll just go back to being another extra. Deku just smiled and shook his head at the blonde. 17. You really don't like her, do you? Nope. Why though? Did she do something to you? Because she seems really sweet. Deku questioned. Yeah, she did something. She has feelings for you. She says she doesn't, but I don't really believe that. We just don't connect, that's all. Bakugou said, and Deku nodded in understanding. That's too bad. She's really nice and the kids seem to like her a lot. Ugh, can we stop talking about her? Bakugou groaned out, making Deku giggle again. Okay, are you excited for Thanksgiving next week? Not really. I don't want to have dinner with my parents again. Things are still bad with them. Bakugou just nodded his head, and a thought then crossed his mind. 2. Hey, you know I've been talking about my family a lot. What's yours like? My family? Yeah, what are your parents like? Oh, well, my mom Bakugou. Oh, there you are. Nurse Joy said while walking into the room. What is it? Phone. Oh, right. Bakugou reached into his jacket pocket and took out his phone and handed it over to her. Thank you, and make sure you plan some games for the Thanksgiving party next week. Yeah, I got it. He said while waving his hand dismissively at her and looking back at Deku. 4. What were you saying about your mom? Bakugou asked him. Oh, I'm sorry, did you give her your actual phone? Yeah. So you're not going to trick her anymore so you could keep it? Why would I keep it if I just want to talk with you? Bakugou said, making Deku look down and smile softly while a light blush spread across his face. 8. Oh, well, my mom is really sweet and caring, but she's super protective. What do you mean? Well, she doesn't like it when I leave the house. Really? Yeah, so what, she doesn't let you hang out with any of your friends after school or go to parties? Nope, it's just here, school and home. That sucks. Yeah, what does your dad think? Oh, he's the reason why my mom is so overprotective. What does that mean? He died before I was born. Oh, I'm sorry. It's fine. I'm the only thing left from him, though. That's why she's so protective of me. 16. Have you ever wanted to meet him? All the time. There are so many questions I want to ask him, but I'm okay with the stories my mom tells me from time to time. She even says that I act just like him, but I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Deku said while smiling sadly. He mumbled he last part quietly to himself. Geez, now I feel like an but for complaining about my life. Bakugou mumbled while running his hand through his hair. Don't be, everyone has their own unique issues. Yeah, but still I'm just being stubborn. I can actually talk to both my parents, you can't. Deku just shrugged. I don't really mind it that much. I grew up with only my mom, so to me, she's the only parent I really need. She may be difficult at times, but I know she means well and just wants the best for me. But I still think you should talk to yours. They should hear what you have to say and you should hear what they have to say. Yeah, I guess. Maybe you should actually have Thanksgiving with them so you guys could talk. Deku suggested. 3. I don't know. Bakugou sighed out while closing his eyes and rubbing the back of his neck. Can't I just have Thanksgiving with you at your house or something? At my house? Deku stammered out. Yeah, I could get to meet your mom. She wouldn't mind if I came, would she? Probably not, but we don't really do Thanksgiving at my house. Then where do you do it? Here. Here? Yeah, because they throw the party every year and I get invited, so I join in. All the nurses bring in some dishes and we sit around a table and say what we're thankful for, then we eat and play some games after. It's really fun. And if you come you'll still get to meet my mom. She usually brings her specialty, homemade apple pie. It's so good. Deku explained. 15. You know a lot about what happens here, don't you? Bakugou questioned. I mean, yeah, I volunteer here every year. I basically live here. Deku joked, making Bakugou chuckle a bit. I can't imagine you being a patient here. Really? Why not? Well, for starts, you don't look or act sick. You're not some helpless kid like those brats are. And you would be so annoying and irritating to deal with if you were, but you're not. Bakugou explained. Yeah, that makes sense. I can't see you in a hospital either, unless you keep smoking and get that lung cancer I warned you about, or if you become a doctor, but that last one definitely won't happen with your bad boy attitude. Deku teased. 70. Very funny. Bakugou mocked, making Deku giggle. I actually stopped smoking now. Really? Yup, and I could probably become a doctor if I really wanted to. Oh yeah. Yeah. I doubt it. I'm serious, watch, I'll do it. Sure you will. Deku said while smirking and rolling his eyes. Fine, I will. And when I do you, Bakugou pointed at Deku, who was just smirking with one of his eyebrows raised, waiting for the blonde to finish his sentence. Why have to go on a date with me? 129. Why the hell did I say that? Bakugou thought as he watched as Deku's eyes went wide and his face turned a bright shade of red. A D-date? Bakugou nodded, his face just as red as Deku's. Like a date? Like going to the movies, having dinner and stuff like that? Why? Bakugou said shakily, making Deku start to bite his lip and look down. 11. Idiot. Why the F did I say that? Now he knows I like him. I'm so bad at this, feelings 𝐻𝗔. He hates me now, I know he does. He's not even looking at me. I F up bad. Why the F did I have to say that? I'm so stupid. I probably ruined our whole friendship. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. I'm so dash. 11. 39. Bakugou's head snapped up to see Deku blushing and smiling at him. What did you say? Bakugou questioned, making Deku giggle. I said okay. If you become a doctor, I'll go on a date with you. You promise? Bakugou asked, and Deku lifted up his pinky finger. Bakugou took the hint and smiled. You sure? He asked while cautiously holding out his pinky finger. Deku just nodded and they locked their pinkies together. 34. I promise to go on a date with you if you become a doctor. Deku said. You mean when I become a doctor? Bakugou teased, making Deku roll his eyes and laugh. Fine. When you become a doctor, I'll go on a date with you. Deku said while smiling up at the blonde. The two separated their fingers and Deku started giggling a bit. What's so funny? Bakugou asked him. It's just that it's going to take you years until you actually become a doctor. Yeah, I know, and I'm willing to wait for you. Bakugou said, making the blush reappear on Deku's face. 3. Silly Kaken, what's wrong with him? Mina whispered. I have no idea. Siro mumbled. He's been doing this at my house too. Kirishima told them. I'm getting kinda worried, guys. He's been doing this for a week now. Denki said. The whole table then gasped when Bakugou suddenly closed his book and got up from his seat. The teen walked up to the teacher's desk and waited for Aizawa to notice him. 6. What do you want, Bakugou? Aizawa asked tiredly while looking up at the blonde. What college do you think I'll go to? Bakugou asked, making Aizawa raise his eyebrows up at him. You want the truth? Bakugou just nodded. With your grades and behavior, you'll be lucky enough to get into a community college. Bakugou nodded. But with your parents, you could probably get into any college you want if they pay them well enough. Bakugou just nodded again. 3. But without their help, I have no chance, right? Pretty much. What if I get a perfect score on the National Center test? I think that's the test they take in Japan that's equal to the SATs. That's impossible. Aizawa scoffed. But if I do it, what would happen? They would probably think you cheated. And they would expect me to take it over, right? Yup. Bakugou just nodded his head. 7. What's my grade in your class? An F. You didn't even check. I don't have to. Fair enough. What do I need to do to get it to an A? Why are you so obsessed with your grades in college all of a sudden? That's none of your business now. Answer my question. Fine, come back tomorrow and I'll have something for you. Thanks. Don't mention it. Bakugou then turned around and joined back with his friends at the table. 24. He took a seat and opened back up his biology book and started reading from the page he left off on. Alright, Baku bro, this is getting weird. Kirishima said. Yeah man, why do you care about your grades all of a sudden? Denki questioned. And what's with you reading all these science and math-related books? Suro asked. Bakugou just sighed and closed his book. 16. Is it so bad that I'm taking an interest in my future? He questioned. It's not bad, it's just not you. Mina told him, making him roll his eyes. Well, get used to it, cause I actually care about my grades, so I won't be doing any more stupid SHT with you guys. But why now? Because I care now. It has something to do with Midoriya, doesn't it? Mina asked while resting her chin on her hands and leaning forward in her seat with a smirk plastered on her face. Bakugou's face turned slightly red. It has nothing to do with him. I just want to better myself, that's it. All of his friends looked at each other before looking back at the blonde with smirks on all of their faces. It doesn't have anything to do with him. Bakugou growled, but his friends just tilted their heads and raised their eyebrows at him. It doesn't. Come on bro, Kirishima said. May have something to do with Deku. Bakugou grumbled while crossing his arms. 7. I knew it. Now spill. Mina squealed. Ugh, last week we were talking and we made a little promise, which was... Mina pressed on. That if I become a doctor he'll go on a date with me. Mina then let out a high-pitched screech. 10. Someone shut her up. Aizawa yelled while his hands were pressed against his ears. Siro quickly took his hands from over his ears and covered Mina's mouth. Thank you, Siro. Aizawa mumbled. 5. Are you cool now? Siro asked Mina and she nodded her head. Okay. He said and slowly retracted his hands from over her mouth. What the hell was that about Pinky? Bakugou yelled while uncovering his ears. He likes you back. What are you on about? He said yes to your date. But that's only if he becomes a doctor, and we all know that's never going to happen. Denki said, and Bakugou glared at him. 15. Oi, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Bakugou yelled, making everyone look away from him. No offense bro, but with the way you act that goal is completely ridiculous. Kirishima told him. Why do you think I'm working so damn hard now? Come on dude, there's no way you can become a doctor. Siro told him. Watch me soy sauce face. I will be a doctor and land a date with Deku. Do you even want to be a doctor? If it means taking Deku out on a date, then yes. Wow, you really are in love. Mina awed, making Bakugou's face flush. 10. If you actually do go on a date, what would you two even do? Like, where would you take him? Kirishima asked, and Bakugou just chewed on the inside of his cheek. You have no idea, do you? Listen, I don't really go on dates, alright? Bakugou yelled defensively while crossing his arms. We really need to go over all the basics with you, don't we? Mina sighed out while rubbing her forehead. 1. Do you even have his number? Mina asked, and Bakugou just blinked at the question. Oh, Katsuki, she sighed out while shaking her head. What? I see him like every day. The thought just never crossed my mind. Bakugou grumbled out while slouching in his seat. Am I the only one still thinking about this whole doctor thing? Siro questioned, and everyone said yes. "What's up, man?" Denki asked him. "It's just Midoriya agreed to go on a date with you once you become a doctor, right? Yeah, what's your F point? He must know that it's going to take years to happen, right?" "Yeah," everyone said. "So he probably knows that during those years that 1, you guys could lose touch. 2, you would forget by then. Or 3, he just straight up doesn't believe you could do it." 𝗧𝗏 explained, making everyone go quiet. 42, "What are you saying, bro?" Denki asked. "I just think he's messing with you," 𝗧𝗏 said while looking over at Bakugou. "So in other words, he doesn't like me," Bakugou mumbled while looking down. "Don't listen to 𝗧𝗏. He's just trying not to wear a dress to prom." Mina yelled while standing up from her seat. "Hey, I'm actually concerned about his feelings. I could care less about some stupid bet." 𝗧𝗏 yelled up at her. "Liar. I'm not lying. Your nose twitches whenever you lie." 𝗧𝗏 then immediately covered his nose. 18, "I'm not wearing a dress to prom. You will and you'll love it. Guys, this isn't helping," Kirishima told them while glancing over at Bakugou, who is currently frowning at his phone. "Oh right, but really don't listen to 𝗧𝗏. I'm sure Midoriya really does like you," Mina told him while sitting back down. "Sigh, maybe," Bakugou mumbled and opened back up his book. "For, hey Kaken," Deku said to the blonde as he handed his phone to Nurse Joy. "Hey, how come you are always the first one here?" Bakugou asked while walking over to the greenette. "Oh, my school gets out earlier than yours." "That makes sense. So what are we doing today? Do those little rascals want to play heroes again, or should we bother the old guys until they tell us more war stories?" Well, most of the kids aren't here because their parents picked them up so they could spend some time with the family during the break. Same goes for some of the elders, Deku explained to him as they walked into the lounge, which was more crowded than usual. 28 There were a lot of families talking to the nurses, asking what medications their grandparents/parent needs to take. Some of them were just helping the elders get up and put on their coats so they could leave. Others were just talking with their parents/grandparents, not planning on leaving just yet. "Demon, it's crazy in here," Bakugou mumbled out. You should see it during Christmas," Deku told him. "Well, I guess I just have to wait a month then, huh?" "Yeah, won't that be your last month here?" Deku questioned while looking up at the blonde. Bakugou took a second to think about it and he soon nodded his head. "Yeah, Wildman, it doesn't even feel like I've been here long." "That means you're having fun here. Tell me what's so fun about being here?" Deku asked him. 13 Bakugou looked down at the greenette, taking in all his features. From his green curls that frame his face perfectly, to his big round jewels of emerald green eyes that stared at him with wonder, then to all the freckles scattered across his nose and cheeks like little stars, all the way down to his light pink lips that were parted ever so slightly. It's am I like B being with Y dash. Excuse us," a lady yelled, cutting Bakugou's sentence off. Bakugou and Deku both stepped away from the door and let the lady and her family pass by. 10 We should probably stand somewhere else, Deku said. Yato, you want to ditch this place?" "What do you mean?" "You know, like leave. Maybe we could hang out at the arcade or get some smoothies or something." "I don't know, won't you get in trouble for missing a day?" "Come on Deku, it's me," Bakugou said while pointing at himself, making Deku giggle a bit. That's true, you wouldn't even care." "So, it kinda sounds like a date and we agreed not to go on one until you're a doctor," Deku teased while smirking up at the blonde. Bakugou opened up his mouth to say something but stopped and started to shake his head. "You got me," he joked and raised up both his hands like he's been caught. 35 How's that challenge going for you anyway?" Deku asked as the two started to walk away from all the chaos happening in the lounge. Bakugou frowned a bit, remembering what his friend had said. "I just think he's messing with you. Do you think I could actually do it?" Bakugou asked and Deku just turned to look at him. "I mean, I don't really know, it seems really far-fetched." "Yeah," Bakugou mumbled while looking down. "But," Deku started and Bakugou glanced back at him to see him smiling. "I don't think it's impossible." Bakugou smiled a bit and looked back down. "See, can I get your number?" he said and glanced at Deku to see his reaction. They had stopped walking and Deku started to scratch his cheek. "I don't have my phone on me," he mumbled. "Oh, just forget it." Bakugou mumbled, but Deku took out a pen from his pocket. "One hand," he said, making Bakugou smile and hold out his hand, which Deku took and started to write his number down on it. His hands are soft, Bakugou thought while watching the greenette write his number. "You know, for someone that doesn't like physical contact, you've been really touchy lately." Bakugou joked, making Deku laugh a little. "Yeah, I guess you're kinda worth the risk." Deku mumbled quietly, while finishing writing his number by putting a heart at the end of it. 108. The song fits better if you play it here. 22. Bakugou was lying down on the couch staring at his phone. It took him 2.5 hours to actually have the courage to put Deku's number in his phone. 9. Is he even awake now? I should have done this earlier. I don't even know what to text him. Having feelings is hard. How do people do this? He thought while looking at the screen. 14. "Sai just typed something Katsuki," he mumbled quietly to himself while hovering his thumbs over the chat box. He started typing and sent his message. He was instantly hit with anxiety and started mentally freaking out. He placed his phone on the table and started pacing around the moon-lit living room while running his hand through his hair and biting at his nails. 3. That was stupid. He might not even get it, or worse, he'll be mad by it. I should have just said hey or hi like a normal person. But then maybe he would have been expecting more than that. Why are emotions so hard? He stopped pacing when he saw his phone light up and vibrate against the table. He walked over to it cautiously but froze when it vibrated again. 2 messages, he thought while slowly picking up his phone. He sat back down on the couch, but he didn't look at his phone yet. Instead, he had it pressed up against his chest. Why would he send 2 messages? Should I have sent 2 messages? He then felt the phone vibrate again. 6. 3. 12. Bro, it's only a couple texts, just read them. Bakugou turned his head around to see a sleepy Kirishima drinking from a water bottle while his other hand was in his shirt scratching his stomach. 9. What the hell? How long have you been standing there? Bakugou asked the redhead. Long enough, but hurry up and text him back or he'll think you're ignoring him. Also keep it down a bit, mom has work early in the morning. Right, sorry. Don't sweat it. Good luck, bro, Kirishima said and walked back to his room. Bakugou looked at his phone and sighed. He's right, it's just a couple texts, no big deal, he mumbled and opened up his phone. Green heart Deku, green heart. 3. This is what you look like. 22. This is what you look like. 97. Green heart Deku, green heart. Wow, green heart Deku, green heart. I love how the first text you send me is basically making fun of my hair. Green heart Deku, green heart. Well, 2 can play that game. Squinting face with hung. 19. Green heart Deku, green heart. I love how the first text you send me is basically making fun of my hair. Green heart Deku, green heart. Well, 2 can play that game. Squinting face with tongue. 57. Bakugou smiled at the picture and started typing. Joke's on you, it's adorable. 8. Green heart Deku, green heart. That's not the point. Face with tears of joy. 22. Green heart Deku, green heart dash face with steam from nose. You know I actually have a pet dog, it isn't a Pomeranian though. Green heart Deku, green heart. Really? I always wanted a dog. 19. The conversation then went on for hours as the 2 teens texted back and forth with each other, smiles on both their faces while doing so. Green heart Deku, green heart Deku, green heart. It's already 3 in morning and I still haven't finished my project. Downcast face with sweat. 3. Deku, that thing is due after break. You're fine. Green heart Deku, green heart. But I always do my projects early. Green heart Deku, green heart. I blame you and your constant text. Face with rolling eyes. Just go to bed, nerd. Green heart Deku, green heart nerd. Green heart Deku, green heart. Coming from the one wanting to be a doctor. Unamused face, middle finger. 7. Green heart Deku, green heart. Grinning squinting face. Night nerd. Green heart Deku, green heart. Good night, Dr. Kaken, smiling face. 42. Today 10:35 a.m. Green heart Deku, green heart. Good luck today. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Bakugou read the text that Deku had sent him in morning over and over again, contemplating whether or not he should actually go through with it. He let out a long sigh and put his phone back in his jacket pocket. 19. He raised his hands up and hovered his finger over the doorbell. Here goes, he mumbled and pressed the button. He waited a few seconds and eventually the door opened, revealing Karakoko. You actually came, she exclaimed while moving out the way so the teen could walk inside. Yeah, well, I figured it's a good time to talk, he said while looking around. 1. Where's King? he asked, turning to look back at 𝗂𝗏, who was closing the door. Oh, he's out back. Why? Well, your parents didn't want him in the house because he kept bothering them. So as soon as I leave they kick my dog out. I haven't even seen them yet and I already regret coming here. Bakugou grumbled while crossing his arms. Don't worry, I'll go get him, and while I do you should head over to the dining room, they've been waiting for you. 𝗂𝗏 told him and started walking away. Bakugou sighed and slowly began walking over to the dining room. 𝗃𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗃, you're here. Masaru exclaimed while walking over to the boy who had just entered the room. Masaru was going in for a hug, but Katsuki merely pushed him away. I hate hugs, he said, and started walking to the other end of the table to take his seat. Oh, I didn't know that, and maybe you could tell us more about what you don't like while we wait for the dinner to be severed, Masaru suggested while taking his seat at the table. 21. I don't like you, Bakugou said while propping both his feet up on the table and crossing his arms. You walked right into that one, honey, Mitsuki said while sketching something down on her tablet. Teach, you're no better hag, you haven't even said hi to me, Bakugou said while glaring at her. 37. Sigh, you're right. She sighed out and closed her tablet, pushing it away from her. Bakugou watched and his glare towards her slightly dropped. Hi Katsuki, how's your day going? She asked while looking over at him with a slight smile on her face. Bakugou just scoffed and looked away from her. Really shitty. Why is that? Masaru questioned, and Bakugou glared at him. Because I'm here. 37. 𝗂𝗏 then came in the room with King in tow. Once King saw Katsuki, he immediately started barking happily and ran over to the teen. Bakugou took his feet off the table and bent down in his seat so he could pet his dog. 2. What did King do to you to make him get put outside? Bakugou asked while looking at his parents. Ugh, that mutt ruined my whole collection for winter season, Mitsuki yelled while crossing her arms. And he wouldn't stop growling and barking at us, Masaru chimed in. Did he bite you? Bakugou asked. A couple of times, yeah, Masaru said. Bakugou smirked and looked over at King, who was wagging his tail happily. Good boy, Bakugou said while rubbing his head. Then he lifted his hand up and King immediately touched it with his paw, giving him a high five. 53. So a Katsuki besides Kong. Masaru started unsure if the name he said was right. King, Bakugou said flatly while leaning back in his seat. Right, King. Besides liking King, what else do you like? Not being here, he grumbled while crossing his arms, making his father frown. Katsuki. Bakugou looked over at 𝗂𝗏, who was frowning at him. They're trying, she whispered, making him roll his eyes and uncross his arms. 33. Fine. I like hanging out with my friends, I guess. What are their names? What are they like? Masaru asked, excited that Katsuki is actually talking to them. A Pikachu is the dumb one, Soy Sauce Face is the laid-back scaredy cat, Pinky just squeals and talks a lot, and Shitty Hair is just shitty hair. He's also the one whose house I'm staying at. So they are cool, annoying but cool, Bakugou explained to them. 3. Are those their actual names? Masaru questioned, and Bakugou just rolled his eyes while taking out his phone. Those are just nicknames. Their real names are Denki Kaminari, Hantashiro, Mina Ashido, and Ijiro Kirishima, 𝗂𝗏 told them, and the two parents and nod their heads in understanding. I would love to meet them, Masaru said, and Katsuki just hummed while texting on his phone. Masaru looked over at Mitsuki and mouthed the word help since they were clearly losing Katsuki's attention. Mitsuki narrowed her eyes at him and mouthed the words, what am I supposed to do? The two continued to have a silent argument while Katsuki continued to stare at his phone and text. 2 Green Heart Deku Green Heart Tired Face, 104 Green Heart Deku Green Heart Dash. Green Heart Deku Green Heart, what's wrong? My parents, Green Heart Deku Green Heart, Green Heart Deku Green Heart, I thought you said you would give them a chance. I am, but it's just, it just doesn't feel right. That probably doesn't make any sense. 1 Green Heart Deku Green Heart, nope Green Heart Deku Green Heart, but I'm glad you're at least trying. 1 Yeah, I wish you were here, I wouldn't be so bored then. Green Heart Deku Green Heart, I'm there in spirit. Smiling Face, 115, sigh it's not the same, Katsuki mumbled to himself. He then looked up from his phone to see his parents silently talking to one another and he just shook his head. He was about to continue texting Deku when 𝗂𝗃 stated that dinner is ready, getting everyone's attention. "Oh great, I'm starving," Masaru said while clapping and rubbing his hands together. The servants then came out of the kitchen and placed a plate of food in front of the three. "We heard that you liked spicy foods, so we had the chef make us a spicy dish," Mitsuki told the teen. "Did 𝗂𝗃 tell you that?" Katsuki asked. "It's not important how we found out," Mitsuki quickly said, making the younger blonde scoff. For Bakugou looked down at his plate, that consisted of grilled steak with spicy shrimp to the side and white rice with ratatouille on top of it, and frowned at it. "Why don't you try it? It's pretty good," Masaru said, noticing that Katsuki hasn't touched his food yet. 13 Bakugou sighed and lifted up his fork and scooped up his rice that was covered in ratatouille. He put it in his mouth, chewing and swallowing it before resting the fork back down on his plate. He then took the steak and raised it in the air. "Here, King," he said, and the Doberman lifted his head up and grabbed the steak with his teeth before lying back down on the ground to eat it. 16 Bakugou then pushed his plate away from him and took out his phone again. "Okay, Katsuki," Masaru said, making the teen look up at him. "Did you not like the food?" "Nope," Bakugou said while looking back down at his phone and started to text. "But you barely even ate it," Mitsuki said. "I know. Was it not spicy enough for you?" Masaru questioned. "No, it was fine." "Then why don't you like it?" Mitsuki asked, and Katsuki looked up and glared at her before answering. "I don't like who made it." "Oh, you mean the chef? Don't worry, your principal told us that you don't like his cooking, so we had someone else cook this time," Masaru said. "You fired Ranchi?" Bakugou questioned. "Is that his name?" Mitsuki asked, and Bakugou just nodded. "Oh well, we didn't really fire him, more like demoted him to assistant cook," Mitsuki explained, and Katsuki just nodded while leaning back in his seat and continued to text. "Green heart Deku, green heart, what are you guys doing over there?" "Green heart Deku, green heart, well, we just finished a bingo game and I think we are going to play Family Feud or charades next." "Sounds like you are having fun." "Green heart Deku, green heart, yeah." "Green heart Deku, green heart, oh, and Aries' older brother also came back from college and she's so excited." "Green heart Deku, green heart, look, one green heart Deku, green heart, yeah." "Green heart Deku, green heart, oh, and Aries' older brother also came back from college and she's so excited." "Green heart Deku, green heart, look, 76, she seems happy." "Green heart Deku, green heart, I know." "Green heart Deku, green heart, he's really silly and fun to hang out with. Wish I could meet him." "Green heart Deku, green heart, I'm sure you guys would get along." "Green heart Deku, green heart, so how are things going over there?" Unamused face. "Green heart Deku, green heart, grinning squinting face." "Green heart Deku, green heart, you're not even trying." "I'm trying." "Green heart Deku, green heart, if you were trying you wouldn't be texting me." "Green heart Deku, green heart, see, you're not saying anything cause you know I'm right." Face with steam from nose, middle finger. 1 Green heart Deku, green heart dash squinting face with tongue. "Green heart Deku, green heart, you think some dumb cat will motivate me." 42 You think some dumb cat will motivate me. 2 Green heart Deku, green heart, yup. I hope it falls. 59 Green heart Deku, green heart, Kaken number 5 and that it doesn't land on its feet. 15 Green heart Deku, green heart, no. Tired face and it gets hit by a car. Smiling face with horns. 51 Green heart Deku, green heart, you monster. Green heart Deku, green heart, this negativity needs to stop. 8 Never. Green heart Deku, green heart, what if I do this? Green heart Deku, green heart, smiles always bring positive vibes. Green heart Deku, green heart, what if I do this? Green heart Deku, green heart, smiles always bring positive vibes. 35 Bakugou smiled at the picture and saved it into his gallery. So, Katsuki, are you on TikTok again?" Masaru questioned. "I'm texting someone," Katsuki said flatly while putting the picture in his favorites right next to the one him and Deku took on Halloween. 54 Oh, I just thought you were watching something funny since I've never seen you smile like that," Masaru explained. 𝗂𝗃 heard this and started to smirk. "Did you get Izuku's number?" she asked, making Katsuki glare at her, his face turning slightly red. "Gasp, you did, didn't you?" She squealed. "Shut up," Katsuki yelled through gritted teeth. "I'm so happy for you," 𝗂𝗃 squealed while running over to hug the teen, who immediately started to push her off of him. 28 What's going on?" Masaru questioned. Yeah, who's Izuku? Mitsuki asked. Karakoko let go of Katsuki and started to bit her lip. Katsuki glared at her and shook his head. Don't you f to dash. He's a boy Katsuki has a crush on. Karakoko quickly yelled and immediately slapped a hand over her mouth. Katsuki sighed and slumped down into his chair while his parents' eyes became wide. 18. Oh well. Masaru stammered, unsure of what to say, unlike Mitsuki, who practically screamed out her question. You're gay. TCH no. I'm bi, there's AF difference. Whatever. Do you want to model some clothes for me? She asked excitedly. Oh, that's a great idea, honey. Masaru said. Katsuki just looked between the two, confusion written on his face. 55. What? He questioned. There's this Pride clothing line we've been working on and I need models, but you know I want actual people a part of that community, so you're perfect. Just think about what people would say seeing my son on the cover of the magazine. I could get even more people to buy my stuff. I need to start planning. What time would be a good time to shoot? Maybe 5. Oh, but what outfit would you wear? Mitsuki began to excitedly mumble to herself while writing things down on her tablet. 68. Oh sweetie, he could wear that one jacket I made with the stripes. Masaru suggested. Yes, and the white Converse to match. I was thinking red to match his eyes. Even better. As the two excitedly began chatting with one another, Bakugou got up from his seat. 13. Where are you going? Karakoko asked him. Anywhere but here. He mumbled and bent down to pet King, who nuzzled into his hand. I'll see you next time, bud, and this time ruin the old man's studio, he will flip. Bakugou told him, and King replied by licking his face. Good boy. Bakugou stood back up and looked at Karakoko, who gave him a sympathetic look. 8. I'm sorry about them. She told him, it's whatever. Will you come back for Christmas? Bakugou looked over at his parents, who were still chatting excitedly, and sighed. I don't think so. He told her and began making his way out of the house without his parents even noticing. 26. Bakugou parked his motorcycle outside the building and began making his way up the steps. He went inside the building and started walking towards the lounge area. He leaned on the door framed and smiled as Deku was trying his best to act out the scene while people were yelling guess at him. Pretending to drink something, and then he would crouch down, then he would pretend to eat something and then stand up on his toes. Growing. Shrinking. Peter Pan. People yelled out and Deku just shook his head while acting out the scene again. 13. Alice in Wonderland. Bakugou said. Yes. Thank you, Kaken. Deku said as he turned around to see the older teen standing at the doorway. What are you doing here? Deku asked as he walked over to him. Bakugou started to rub the back of his neck. I know I said I would try, but I just couldn't stand being there anymore. Oh, I'm sorry. It's fine, besides I'd rather be here with you guys. You guys? Bakugou said while his face turned slightly red. 49. Well, I'm glad you're here, then you get to meet everyone. Deku cheered while bouncing up and down, making Bakugou smile and blush at the action. Izuku. Deku and Bakugou both turned to see a tall, muscular blonde with a bright smile walking over to them. Who's your friend? He asked while standing next to Deku. Oh right. Kaken, this is Mirio, Eri's older brother, and Mirio, this is Bakugou, he's doing community service here. Deku said, introducing them. Hi. Bakugou simply said, but Mirio on the other hand wrapped his arms around him and lifted him up in a hug. Sorry man, but I'm a hugger. Mirio said while swinging Bakugou from side to side. Bakugou looked down at Deku, who was covering his mouth trying to hold in his laugh. Once Mirio put Bakugou down, he began stumbling and holding his ribs. Oh sorry dude, sometimes I don't know my own strength. Mirio apologized while laughing a bit. I noticed. Bakugou grumbled through clenched teeth. 66. Oh Deku, could you help set up for dinner? Coming. I'll be right back. He told the two and ran off to help. See you. Mirio yelled, and once Deku was far enough, Mirio's smile dropped and he turned to face Bakugou, who was staring at Deku. So you're the Bakugou Katsuki I've been hearing about. Mirio said while crossing his arms and sizing him up and down. Deku talked about me. He may have said a few things about you, yeah, but I was talking about her. Mirio said and pointed to Uraraka, who was helping set the plates down on the table. 7 of that beach. Listen, whatever she told you, she's lying. Oh, so you didn't steal and crash a police car? Well, I did. Oh, so you must be talking about all the fights you get into at school. They were all for good reasons. Right? And that you have a crush on Izuku. As she told you that? No, but by your reaction I'm guessing you do. Mirio said, and Bakugou groaned in annoyance. Don't say anything. Oh, I won't, but hear me out. Mirio said while getting closer and leaning into the younger teen's face. Izuku is like a little brother to me, and I hate seeing him upset, so if I ever hear that he's crying and you're the reason why, I will personally break every bone in your entire body, understood? Mirio threatened while jabbing his finger into Bakugou's chest. Bakugou just nodded while a chill crept down his spine. 76 good. He said and stepped away from him. Oniai-chan. Eri cried out while running to him, making his face immediately 𝗬𝗍𝗓 from a glare to big bright smile. Eri! He cried out while scoping up the little girl and swinging her around in a hug, making her laugh. Hi. Mr. Grumpy Pants. Have you met my brother? Eri asked excitedly while looking at Bakugou. Hi, yeah, we met. He answered while nervously laughing a bit. Hey Eri, do you like Mr. Grumpy Pants? Mirio asked the little girl in his arms, and she started tapping her chin while looking at Bakugou, who was sweating slightly. My guess. He did get us cool costumes for Halloween and we went trick-or-treating. He also makes Deku happy. She said, making Mirio nod, which made Bakugou sigh out in relief. Oh yeah. Let me know whenever he makes Deku sad, okay? He whispered to Eri, but still loud enough for Bakugou to hear. You got it. She whispered back, and the two shared a fist bump before Mirio put her back down on the ground. 13, I'm watching you. She told Bakugou while squinting and doing the I got my eye and you hand movements before skipping away. Ha, that's my sister. Mirio said while patting Bakugou on his shoulder. He then tightened his grip and leaned into his ear. But seriously hurt him and you're dead. He said in a low, threatening voice before moving away from him. Oh, look, dinner's about to start. He said cheerfully with a smile on his face and began walking away, leaving Bakugou alone at the doorway. 68. Why the F am I actually scared of him? Bakugou thought while making his way over to the table. He wanted to sit next to Deku, but those seats have already been taken by Mirio and a short, chubby, green-haired lady he assumes to be his mom. So he ended up sitting across from him and in between Uraraka and one of the elders. 22. As of tradition, they went around the table saying things that they were thankful for. I'm thankful that I haven't kicked the bucket yet. Torino joked, making everyone chuckle and laugh a little. 6. I'm thankful for Oniai-chan being here. Eri said while hugging Mirio, making people awe at the sight. Ha, I'm thankful that I got to make this one smile. Mirio said while hugging Eri back. I'm thankful for getting to be here with everyone. Deku said while smiling. 4. I'm thankful for having my mom here to support me no matter what. Uraraka said while smiling at her mom sitting next to her. Bakugou frowned a bit at this until he heard Deku call him. 1. Kaken, it's your turn. Deku told him. Alright. I'm thankful for. He glanced around the room trying to think of something. Parents are a definite no. Karakoko and everyone else. No, then they would know I'm rich. The extras. Maybe. Ugh. Come on Katsuki, what are you most thankful for? Bakugou then stopped when his gaze landed on Deku. 5. I'm thankful for having someone new in my life to talk with. Bakugou said while looking at Deku, who closed his eyes and smiled at him. 34. After everyone said what they were thankful for, they all dug into the food and started chatting and laughing with one another. When everyone was done eating and getting up to talk with one another, desserts were brought out for everyone to help themselves to. This apple pie is amazing. Bakugou said while taking another spoonful of his slice of pie. Ha, I told you it was good. I didn't think it would be this good. No wonder it was the first thing that everyone wanted. Bakugou said while looking at the dessert table to see the empty pie tin. 21. He looked back at Deku and laughed a bit when he saw pie crumbs and ice cream on his face. Ha, Deku, you have pie on your face. Deku then stuck his tongue out and licked his lips, getting rid of some of it. Did I get it all? He asked, and Bakugou just smiled and shook his head. Here. he said and reached out and used his thumb to wipe his mouth. He gently traced his thumb over Izuku's bottom lip, feeling how soft it is. 62. He shifted his gaze from Izuku's lips to his eyes, seeing that they were staring up at him in awe. Could I just, Bakugo thought while moving his hand to Izuku's chin and tilting his head up just a little, which the younger male didn't oppose to. 27. Izuku. Both boys' heads snapped to the side to see who had called his name. Izuku's face was quickly covered with a disinfectant wipe. Izuku, you're so messy. How many times have I told you to use a napkin? 𝗵𝗃 said while wiping the teen's face. Stop it already. Izuku whined while pushing his mom's hand away from his face, revealing his bright red face, which made Bakugo laugh a little. 27. Who are you? 𝗵𝗃 asked while looking up at the blonde. Oh right, I haven't introduced you two yet. Kaken, this is my mom, and mom, this Bakugo, the one I told you was doing community service here. Izuku said. It's nice to meet you. Bakugo said while holding out his hand for a handshake, but 𝗵𝗃 merely looked at it before glaring up at the teen. You should learn to keep your hands to yourself. 𝗵𝗃 told him, making Bakugo retract his hand and awkwardly start to scratch the back of his neck. 82. Izuku mumbled out while frowning at her. What? She said with a slight shrug. I'll be right back. Don't eat my pie. Izuku told Bakugo while grabbing his mom's hand and walking away. No promises. Bakugo yelled after him. 𝗧1, great, you get to meet his mom and she already doesn't like you. This makes my chances with him so much better. Bakugo then glanced over to where Deku and 𝗵𝗃 went to see them frowning and talking with one another, and 𝗵𝗃 ended up pointing to where Bakugo was, so he quickly turned away. Maybe coming here was a mistake. Well, it was better than being with my parents. And I did get to be with Deku and he makes everything better, Bakugo thought, and remembered what was happening before Deku's mom came over. His lips were right there and they were so soft. 18. I really want to kiss him. I think this is the last box. Bakugo said while removing a box from the top shelf and placing it down on the counter. Ooh, it's filled with lights. Izuku said while looking inside of the box. Yeah, but they are so tangled. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 said. Not it. Not it. Both Izuku and 𝗬𝗧𝗏 said while touching their nose. You've got to be kidding me. Bakugo grumbled, making the two other teens laugh. 23. I can't wait to decorate. I love Christmas time. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 squealed excitedly while picking up a box. All the presents, treats, the songs, the parties, and no school for 2 weeks. It's the best time of the year. She cheered. Yeah, I just like watching the snow fall. Izuku said while picking up another box. What do you like about it, Kaken? Deku asked the blonde who was picking up 2 of the boxes. 10. It's not really my thing. He grumbled out. Oh really, how come? It's probably because he can get whatever he wants whenever he wants to. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 mumbled before walking up the stairs. What does she mean? Izuku asked Bakugo while tilting his head at him, only to see him glaring at where 𝗬𝗧𝗏 was. 46. And nothing, she's just being a beach like usual. He told him, making Izuku giggle. Be nice. Only to you. Bakugo said, making Izuku giggle again, putting a smile on Bakugo's face. 13. The teens brought the boxes upstairs and placed them in the lounge. All right, let's get this place nice and Christmassy. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 cheered. Ooh, we should put on some Christmas music while we do it. Izuku suggested. On it. Bakugo said and pulled out his phone from his pocket and went to Christmas hits on his Spotify playlist and clicked shuffled. He turned up the volume and Santa Baby, but the Ariana Grande version began playing. 41. Oh, I love this version. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 cheered while grabbing some red tinsel and twirling around with it, making Izuku laugh and Bakugo roll his eyes at her. 17. The teens began decorating the room while some of the elders criticized them, mainly Bakugo, on their placement, while others actually got up and danced a bit to the joyful Christmas songs. 3. The 3 eventually finished decorating the lounge and went over to the lobby to decorate. While Izuku was busy hanging up the green tinsel to make it look like a Christmas tree, Bakugo began detangling the lights, but he couldn't help but glance over at Izuku every now and then, since he thought it was cute how he nodded his head along to the songs. 19. He glanced at him again to see his lips moving this time, so he took his phone and turned down the volume. Musical note: last Christmas, I gave you my heart. But the very next day you gave it away this year. To save me from tears I'll give it to someone special. Musical note, Izuku sang but looked at Bakugou as soon as he realized the music wasn't playing anymore. Why did you turn it off? Izuku asked Bakugou, who had his mouth open slightly in amazement. 32, I didn't know you could sing. Bakugou exclaimed, making Izuku's face burn bright red. Why I do it sometimes but I'm not that good. Not that good? Deku sounded amazing. Bakugou exclaimed, making Izuku look down and blush even more. Haha, you think so? Yeah. You should sing more often, I like the sound of your voice. Thanks. Izuku mumbled while fiddling and smiling down at the tinsel still in his hands. 68 Once they were done with the lobby, they went over to the kids area, and the kids were all excited to help the teens decorate their room. Deku. One of the kids shouted excitedly while running over to the teen. Yeah. Are we going to decorate the Christmas tree after? Oh yeah, it's my turn to put the star up. Eri said while bouncing up and down. We will decorate the tree tomorrow. He told them, making all the kids cheer. 9. I didn't see a tree when I was looking through the closet. Bakugou whispered to Izuku. That's because the nurses get a real tree for us to decorate. It's the least they could do since they don't get much presents. Izuku explained while hanging up the paper snowflakes the kids made yesterday. 3. They don't get presents. Uraraka said in shock. I mean, since some of them get to go home for the holidays, their parents already have presents for them, but for the others the hospital can't really get them much. Izuku explained to them. That sucks. Uraraka mumbled. Yeah. Izuku sighed out with a slight frown on his face. 8. Alright then, let's just ask them what they want and I'll get it for them. Bakugou said. You can't do that. Izuku told him. Why not? Because they still think Santa is real. Deku whispered. So they won't tell you anything because they expect Santa to give it to them. Uraraka explained and Izuku nodded. 16 Bakugou just rolled his eyes. Come on, I'll just write from Santa on all the tags. They will be able to tell it was from you. Besides, I don't want you wasting your money on Christmas gifts. You already gave us a great Halloween. Izuku said, which made Uraraka laugh. Waste money. She laughed out, making Deku tilt his head at her in confusion. What's so funny? He asked while looking at Bakugou, who was glaring at the brunette. 24, nothing. Right, pink cheeks? Bakugou said through clenched teeth while narrowing his eyes at Uraraka, making her tense up. Yeah, but maybe I could start a fundraiser at school. Fundraiser? Izuku questioned. Yeah. We could do a toy drive. I'm sure the school wouldn't mind since it's for a good cause. That's such a great idea, Uraraka. Deku exclaimed while smiling, making the girl blush and Bakugou growl quietly. 28 Deku went to decorate some of the halls while Bakugou and Uraraka stepped outside in the chilly winter weather to decorate the front of the building. Oi, pink cheeks. Bakugou said to the brunette who was adjusting the Christmas wreath she was putting up. What is it? Don't say it to Deku about me being rich. Uraraka turned to look at him with wide eyes before bursting out into laughter. 1. You mean he doesn't know? No. To keep it that way. Ooh, so that's why you glared at me earlier. Uraraka said. But I don't get it, why don't you want him knowing? She asked. I just don't want him to know. Okay, geez. She then placed her hand on her chin and smiled mischievously at the blonde. What the hell is with that face? Bakugou asked while glancing over at the girl. Oh, nothing, but if I have to keep your little secret, then you have to do something for me. Are you blackmailing me? Bakugou asked while crossing his arms and glaring at her. Why, yes I am. Uraraka stuttered while puffing out her chest and lifting up her chin to seem more intimidating. Bakugou just rolled his eyes. Fine. What do you want? Money. Money does sound good, Uraraka mumbled but quickly shook her head. No, let's just say you owe me a favor that I can cash in on at any time. She said and extend her hand out so they could shake on it. Whatever. Bakugou grumbled and shook her hand. 119 A few days later, Bakugou was walking down the hallway of the school to get to the cafeteria when he saw the brunette sitting by herself at a table with a brown cardboard box next to her that says donations and a glass jar that was filled with a few coins. Bakugou walked over to the table and Uriaraka rolled her eyes as soon as she saw him coming over. "What do you want, Bakugou?" she asked while folding her arms and looking up at the teen. "USCK at this. It's not my fault no one wants to donate. I put up posters and everything but I only got a few dolls and made like $8. She said and shook the glass jar for emphasis. "Come on, you know I could just buy all the toys for those little brats. You doing this is pointless." "Yeah, but you'll be using your parents' money, right?" So I thought you didn't like your parents. Aren't you trying to get into college without their help?" "How the hell did you know that?" "Wilmina may have mentioned it." "Of course she did." Bakugou grumbled while crossing his arms. 18, but if you want to go to college without their help, shouldn't you be able to do this without their help as well?" Uriaraka asked, making the blonde quiet. After a few seconds he reached into his jean pocket and pulled out a black wallet. He opened it and placed a 5,000 yen note that's like almost $50 in the jar before going behind the table and taking a seat in the other chair. He took out his phone and started texting his group chat saying that he's not going to eat lunch with them. "Don't talk to me," Bakugou said while texting, making Uriaraka close her mouth and turn away from him. For the two sat at the table for a few minutes but nobody came up to them. "Ugh, this shit's taking too long." Bakugou groaned. "Now you know how I felt," Uriaraka mumbled while resting her head down on the table. Bakugou watched as the kids walking down the hall looked at their table, but when they saw him they quickly scurried off. "Am I scaring them away? Still, pink cheeks didn't make much when I wasn't here, so it doesn't really matter." Bakugou thought and leaned back in his chair. His phone buzzed and he looked at it, seeing a text from Izuku. "Green heart Deku, green heart Deku, green heart, how's the toy drive going?" "Shitty, green heart Deku, green heart dash grinning squinting face, green heart Deku, green heart, how come? I think I'm scaring everyone, one green heart Deku, green heart, it's probably because you're making your usual grumpy face, green heart Deku, green heart, try smiling beaming face with smiling eyes. 5 I don't smile, green heart Deku, green heart, yeah you do. Green heart Deku, green heart, you do it all the time. It's different at school, green heart Deku, green heart, what's so different about lifting up the corners of your mouth, green heart Deku, green heart, just do this, green heart Deku, green heart, what's so different about lifting up the corners of your mouth, green heart Deku, green heart, just do this. 32 Bakugou smiled at the picture and saved it to his favorites. What a rare sight, the famous Bakugou Katsuki is smiling. Bakugou looked up from his phone and glared at the shaggy blue-haired teen standing in front of the table. He was smirking down at the blonde while his arm was around a girl's shoulder. She was blonde and her hair was styled in 2 messy buns. She was too busy on her phone to pay attention. 29. What were you smiling at? Was it a new beach you found to mess around with for a week? Shigaraki asked him with a smirk, making Bakugou's glare deepen. If you don't have a toy or money to donate, then keep on walking. Bakugou growled up at him, making Shigaraki laugh. What? Did I actually hit a nerve? Does the great Katsuki Bakugou actually like one of his little toys? Shut up! Bakugou yelled while standing up and grabbing Shigaraki by his collar, gaining other students' attention and making Uriaraka back away from him. 5. Do it. Shigaraki said while smiling at the blonde who was in his face. Bakugou lifted up his fist and tightened his hold around Shigaraki's collar. He glared at the boy in front of him but dropped his fist and pushed him away before sitting back down at the table. Wow, you really aren't going to fight me? Not even if I do this, Shigaraki said and proceeded to sweep his arm across the table, knocking over the box of toys, the flyers, and making the glass jar fall to the ground, shattering it. Uriaraka yelled and started to pick everything up. Shigaraki laughed and looked at Bakugou to see if he would do anything. 10 Bakugou got up from his seat and walked past Shigaraki. He crouched down in front of Uriaraka and started to carefully pick up the glass shards. Why, you aren't going to fight him? Uriaraka asked, shocked by his actions. How many times do I have to tell you that I'm trying to be better? Bakugou grumbled while continuing to pick up the glass. 6. All of a sudden Bakugou fell forward. He hissed in pain while getting up and holding his right hand, which was now bleeding and his glass shards sticking out of it. He glared at the brunette who was smirking down at him. You really are soft now, aren't you? He said and kicked Bakugou again. Did you get that, babe? Shigaraki turned his head and asked his girlfriend who had her phone up recording the whole thing. She gave him a thumbs up letting him know that she got it. 41. Great, now everybody will know that I took out the tough Katsuki Bakugou and that they should all fear me instead. How's it feel to not be the top dog around here anymore? Shigaraki asked Bakugou. 𝗵𝘃𝗲. Bakugou said through gritted teeth, making Shigaraki and Toga laugh before walking away. 14. We should get you to the nurse, you're bleeding a lot. Uraraka said while helping Bakugou up from the ground. Tis, I'll be fine, just try and get more donations, but you're hurt. Yeah, I'm hurt, you're not. Just try and get more donations for those kids. Bakugou grumbled while holding his hand and walking away from the scene to get to the nurse. 3. After a few minutes, Bakugou walked back to the table with a now tightly bandaged right hand. When the table came into view, he saw a bunch of kids crowding around it. What the hell? He mumbled to himself and continued to walk up to the table. Oi, pink cheeks, what's happening? Bakugou asked when he made his way over to her. Oh, Bakugou, you're back. How's your hand? She asked while taking someone's money and placing it in her backpack before handing them a sticker that says that they donated. It's fine, I just need to leave early to get stitches, but why are there so many extras here now? Oh well, after you left, people came over to me and started asking me what happened, so I told them the truth and they were really surprised that you chose to help me instead of starting a fight. I guess they realized that you actually aren't a bad guy. Mean you risked getting hurt just so a couple of kids could get toys this Christmas. A bad person wouldn't really do that. Uraraka explained while continuing giving people stickers and taking their money. Oh, Bakugou. The blonde turned his head to see a girl with long green hair and her facial features kinda resembled a frog. I saw the whole thing, I'm sorry about your hand. I don't have much money today, but I'll make sure to get those kids a toy tomorrow if that's okay. She told him. Oh yeah, that's fine. Bakugou told her. Great. I'll bring a toy tomorrow, she said and walked off. That was weird. Bakugou mumbled. What was? Uraraka asked. She talked to me like a normal person. Well, the people aren't that scared of you anymore. Right. Well, I gotta go wait for my ride, so make sure you don't lose those donations. I got it, just go and get your hand fixed, Uraraka said and waved him off. 30. Bakugou sat in the main office waiting for someone to come pick him up and take him to the hospital. He was on his phone reading an online book about biology when a text appeared at the top of his screen. 4. Green heart Deku, green heart, green heart Deku, green heart. Did the smiling work? 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Green heart Deku, green heart. I told you it would work. Green heart Deku, green heart. Smiling always works. Yeah, well, that smile is the reason why I have to go to the hospital and get stitches. 3. Bakugou waited for Deku to text back, but instead his phone rang with a FaceTime call. He answered it and a concerned-looking Deku appeared on screen. What happened? Why are you getting stitches? Deku asked, his voice filled with worry. Bakugou lifted up his hand so Deku could see the bandages around it. Some pee-pee pushed me and my hand landed on some broken glass. Bakugou explained to him. 4. What a 𝗓𝗪𝐾. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, it just stings a lot. And honestly, I'm not really upset that it happened. You're not? People are actually talking to me like a normal person now, like they aren't scared of me. It's weird but kinda nice. Well, I'm glad you're alright, Deku told him and smiled, making Bakugou blush slightly. 1. So, about the Christmas party, I was thinking we could play some song games. You just want to hear me sing again? Can you blame me? Your voice is really nice. Deku started to laugh and Bakugou did as well. 12. Kaken. Deku said, and the blonde looked at his screen to see Deku pointing. Bakugou turned his head to see his mom standing there. When the hell did you get here? He yelled at her, causing Izuku to laugh. Well, aren't you cute? What's your name, sweetie? Mitsuki asked the greenette, completely ignoring her son. I'm Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you, he told her before smiling. Izuku, so you're the boy that Katsuki has a dash. I gotta go now, by Deku. Katsuki yelled, cutting off what his mother was going to say. See you later, Kaken, Deku said before ending the call. 24. Once the call ended, Bakugou turned his head and glared at his mother. He's cute, she said with a smirk, and Bakugou just rolled his eyes and picked up his backpack. I know, he mumbled before standing up and walking out of the office. You aren't you upset that I came to pick you up? Mitsuki asked while they walked out of the school and to her car. No, I am. I knew one of you would come, but I thought it would be the old man. Katsuki grumbled. Oh well, he had an important meeting, so you're stuck with me. Great. Katsuki groaned while opening up the passenger seat. So he calls you Kaken, that's a cute nickname. Mitsuki said while starting up the car. Yeah, and only he gets to call me that, so don't get any ideas. Katsuki grumbled while buckling his seatbelt. Okay, so are you two together yet? Why do you want to know? You still need models for your stupid pride collection. Sigh, I'm sorry about that, I shouldn't have brought it up. Whatever. Katsuki grumbled and took out his phone to continue reading his biology book. 13. Come on kid, I really am sorry, we both are. You know we are trying to be better. You wouldn't have to try so hard if you were good parents to begin with. Katsuki mumbled, making Mitsuki frown. How about we do something on Christmas, then like go out to eat or have a snowball fight? You used to like those, right? Well, you actually got that right, but no, I have plans on Christmas. Is it with Izuku? And the other kids at the hospital? I want to see their dumb faces when they get the presents. Not everything is about Deku, you really like him, don't you? Mitsuki asked while glancing over at him only to see him blushing. I'll take that face as a yes. She chuckled out. Izuku Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya? Quit saying his name. Sorry, but it sounds familiar. What do you mean it sounds familiar? I mean, I heard his name before. Or at least his last name. Do you know what his parents' names are? No. This is going to bug me for the rest of the day. Whatever, are you going to tell me why I have to take you to the hospital? Katsuki just lifted up his bandage hand, making Mitsuki roll her eyes. 19. I mean, what happened to your hand, smart butt? This BS dude pushed me and I landed on some broken glass. Why was there broken glass on the ground? He was messing up our toy drive table and knocked over the glass jar with the money in it. You're doing a toy drive? You know we could just give you dash. No. Bakugou yelled, cutting her off. I don't want your help. I can do this by myself without your DMN money. Sorry for suggesting that. Mitsuki said, and the car drive becomes silent. How about we make a deal? Mitsuki suggested, trying to start a conversation going again, but Katsuki stayed quiet. We really want to start over, so how about every Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday night you come over for dinner? Your dog can join too. What do you say? Mitsuki asked and glanced over at the teen to see a reaction, but he was just staring at his phone. 6. Sigh, I'll take that as a no. Mitsuki sighed out, putting her focus back on the road. I never said that. Bakugou grumbled quietly, making a small smile appear on Mitsuki's face. Oh yeah, let's get this winter break started. Denki lifted up his arms and cheered. 12. 2 weeks of no school. Kirishima cheered alongside him. 2 weeks of Midoriya? Mina teased while nudging Bakugou's arm with her elbow. Shut the hell up. Bakugou yelled, making the rest of his squad laugh. 8. Dude, seriously, when are you going to tell him? Kiri asked while putting his arm around the blonde's shoulder. When you do it, call me, I want to be there when it happens. I bet it will be so cute. Mina squealed while jumping up and down and clapping her hands excitedly. 2. You're not going to see, because I'm not going to tell him anything. Oh, that's just the fear talking. It's just 3 simple words. But if you want to be more romantic and get more of a reaction, say love, Mina said while smiling and wiggling her eyebrows. 8. Mina, come on, it's not that easy. Siro said with an eye roll. Yes, it is. Mina exclaimed while putting her hands on her hips and giving the 4 boys a smug look. Fine, if it's so easy, say it to your crush right now. Bakugou said and smirked when Mina's smile dropped and she immediately looked down at the ground. What? Her crush probably left school by now. Siro said. Or they're probably on the bus. Mina, do you know what bus they take? Maybe we could catch it in time. Denki suggested. No, they're still here. Bakugou told. Wait, you know who it is? Kirishima exclaimed. And you never told us. Denki added. Well, Pinky, are you going to do it or not? Bakugou asked, and Mina looked up and glared at him before letting out a sigh. I was going to wait until prom, but I guess I have to prove my point now. She then took in a deep breath before walking over to 𝗓𝗏 and grabbing his hands. 51. No way. Holy. Both Kirishima and Denki whispered yelled while staring at the two holding hands. 2. 𝗓𝗏. Mina said while looking up at him only to see his face completely red. I love you. Mina giggled out before turning to face Bakugou. See, it's not that hard. She told him while 𝗓𝗏 stood completely still with a bright red face. 27. I think you broke him. Denki said while poking the boy's face, getting no reaction from him whatsoever. He's not even blinking. Kiri said while waving his hand in front of 𝗓𝗏's face. Oh, he's fine. But like I was saying, if I could do it then so can you. Mina said while poking the blonde in his chest. 16. Whatever. Bakugou grumbled and walked off, drowning out Mina's laughter with each step he took. Ugh, I'm not scared of anything. But just thinking about confessing to him makes my stomach hurt and my heart beat fast. Love is so hard, yet Pinky made it look so easy. You know what, I'll do it. Today. I'll tell him as soon as I see him. Bakugou thought while walking outside of the school building. He made his way over to the parking lot and looked around until he saw 𝗂𝗏 waiting in the car. 16. So you said we have to go to the store first? 𝗂𝗏 asked as soon as Bakugou got inside of the car and buckled himself in. Yeah, I need to get the ice cream and cake. He told her. 𝗂𝗏 nodded and started to drive to the store. Do you need help carrying the bags? My hand is fine. I got the stitches removed already. Bakugou grumbled. 𝗂𝗏 glanced down at his still bandaged hand before focusing back on the road. I'm going to carry the bags, she said, and Bakugou just grumbled in annoyance. So how's things going with you and Izuku? Why is he the only thing people want to talk to me about? Because you've never been in love before. It's nice seeing you all happy. Plus he's making you act different. What the hell does that mean? It means ever since you got this crush on Izuku your grades have gone up, you're actually trying to reconnect with your parents, you're getting into less fights, I haven't seen you smoke, and when's the last time you threw a prank? When I stole the police car. Exactly. That was like 2 months ago. Holy, I know. He's already making you a better person and you two aren't even together yet. 𝗂𝗏 laughed out. 4. He's perfect for me, Bakugou mumbled, finishing her sentence. Yeah. 𝗂𝗏 sighed out while nodding her head. He really is, she said. Bakugou then looked at his phone's lock screen and gently slid his thumb across it while smiling softly at the picture of Izuku smiling in his ghost costume. 41. Just 3 simple words, Bakugou. Eri shouted while running up to the blonde who just entered the building. Hey Pipsqueak, Bakugou said while he and 𝗂𝗏 walked into the lounge. It's my birthday. It's my birthday, she yelled while jumping around him excitedly. I know, why do you think I got cake and ice cream? He told her while placing the cake down on the table. 6. You are so cute. How old are you turning? 𝗂𝗏 asked while bending down to Eri's level. She giggled and held up 8 fingers. Wow, you're so big, 𝗂𝗏 exclaimed, making Eri giggle more. 16. As 𝗂𝗏 and Eri were talking, Bakugou was taking out the ice creams out of the plastic bags and setting them up around the chocolate cake. Ooh, I love cookies and cream, Deku said as he walked over to the table. Oh yeah, I also got chocolate chip cookie dough, Bakugou told him. Yummy yon, maybe all this sugar will help keep me awake during the movie. Why are you tired already? I stayed up late working on a project, Deku said and lifted his arms up to stretch, which made the bottom of his shirt lift up slightly, revealing some of his V-line. 𝗬𝗏𝗏, are you okay? Your face is all red, Deku asked, which made Bakugou quickly look away from him. I'm fine. Are you sure? Yup. I'm perfectly fine. Bakugou laughed out awkwardly. 𝗂𝗏 heard and looked to see what was happening. A wide smile quickly appeared on her face when she saw the greenette. She then got up and walked next to Bakugou. 2. You must be Izuku, she exclaimed, making the greenette smile and wave at her. Yeah, it's nice to meet you, he told her. Oh my god, you're so much cuter than I imagined, she said while pressing both of her hands against the side of her face. Thank you, Izuku said while scratching the back of his head. Oh, where are my manners? I'm 𝗬𝗁𝗂𝗂 Katsuki's. She glanced over at the blonde who was mouthing the word aunt. Aunt. Yeah, I'm his aunt. I just came in to help him bring in the bags because of his hand. She explained. Oh yeah, Kaken, didn't you get the stitches removed? Yeah, she's just being extra. I could have brought this in by myself. He told him. You call him Kaken. You guys are so cute together. 𝗬𝗁𝗂𝗂 squealed, making Bakugou glare at her with a blushing face and making Izuku look down with a blushing face. Okay, I'm going now. Call me when you need me to pick you back up. 𝗬𝗁𝗂𝗂 told the blonde right before leaving. 2. Your aunt is nice. Deku told him once she left. If by nice you mean annoying, then yes, she's very nice. Bakugou told him, making Deku laugh. So what movie are we going to be watching? Well, since it's almost Christmas we're watching Home Alone. Eri cheered while running around. What she said. Deku laughed out. Cool, that's one of my favorite Christmas movies. Is it because it's about a little kid pulling a bunch of pranks on adults? Maybe. Bakugou said, making Deku laugh again. 73 Bakugou just smiled at the laughing greenette in front of him. I love hearing him laugh. Katsuki, stop gawking at him and actually confess. It's just 3 simple words. If I tell him how I feel, he might actually accept and we'll be together. If I tell him and he rejects me, it won't be such a big deal. It's not like things will become awkward between us and we stop being friends. And it's not like he's the only person ever that makes me actually feel happy. I totally wouldn't care if he rejects me. Please don't reject me. 44 Bakugou took a deep breath. Deku. He stuttered out. Yeah. Izuku asked while looking up at him and tilting his head slightly, making Bakugou's face heat up. Bakugou mumbled and looked down at the ground while scratching the back of his head. I kinda my dash, Izuku. Bakugou turned around to see Mirio walking over to them. 104, Hi Mirio. Izuku said while smiling and waving at him. Well, if it isn't Mr. Grumpy Pants. Mirio said and wrapped his arm around Bakugou's neck and pulled him into a noogie, digging his knuckles into the younger blonde's skull. Get the hell off me. Bakugou yelled and managed to slip out of the chokehold. Oh, Mr. Grumpy Pants is really grumpy today. Did you not get enough sleep last night? Mirio teased. Bakugou just grumbled out curses while he tried to fix his hair since Mirio messed it up. 13. Speaking of sleep, Izuku, you look tired. Miro said, turning his attention to the short greenette. Yeah, I stayed up late doing a project. Deku yawned out while cover his mouth with his hand. You should get some rest then. But I didn't want to miss Eri's birthday party. You're such a sweet kid, you know that. Mirio said and started to rub the greenette's head, making Izuku giggle at the action. Bakugou watched and started to shake slightly while he clenched his fist and grinded his teeth together. 21. How come he gets to touch Deku? I know he doesn't have a thing for him, but it still pisses me off that he gets to be that close to him. I want to be that close him. Oh, Kaken. Bakugou was taken out of his thoughts by the sound of Deku's voice. You wanted to tell me something, he said, and Bakugou's eyes grew wide, remembering what he was going to tell Deku before Mirio showed up. Bakugou looked over at Mirio, who was glaring at him with one of his eyebrows raised. I can't tell Deku how I feel with this BCE here giving me a death glare. It was nothing, Bakugou said while smiling slightly and waving his hand dismissively. Are you sure? Deku asked, giving him a slightly concerned look, making Bakugou's heart flutter. Yeah. We should go start the movie now. I'll go set it up, Deku said and went to put the movie on the TV screen. 14 Bakugou turned back to the table with the cake and ice cream on it and started to put the candles he got on the cake. What were you going to tell him? Miro asked while walking over to Bakugou. It was nothing. It had to be something, otherwise you would have said it. Well, it was nothing, all right. Miro just crossed his arms and frowned while watching the teen set up the cake, trying to figure out what he was going to say. Mirio then suddenly snapped his finger and pointed at Bakugou. You were going to confess, weren't you? He said, and a smirk grew on his face as Bakugou began to fumble with the plates he had just picked up. I knew it. Demon, I didn't think you would have the ball to do it. I could have sworn that Uraraka girl would ask him first. Miro said, gaining Bakugou's attention. 17, so she does like him. he asked and 𝗲𝗏 just chuckled. I mean, yeah, it's kinda obvious, so is your little crush. I knew it. Bakugou grumbled to himself. Oh wait, that means I got in your way, my bad. Well, not really, I love messing with you guys. 𝗲𝗏 said and started to laugh again. You guys? Bakugou questioned. What did you think, I was only messing with you? 𝗲𝗏 asked and Bakugou nodded. 5. I would if you were the only one that has a crush on him. I just want to make sure that whoever he chooses is right for him. And I'm a pretty good judge of character and you both seem alright, but I just have to make sure. I'm pretty sure that girl is still scared of me. Mirio laughed out. 2. Oh, so the threat you gave me was just a test or something to see if I would still want to date him after that? Bakugou questioned. Oh no, that was serious. Hurt him and you're dead. Mirio said while dropping his smile and glaring at the teen, making Bakugou sweat. 16. So who's ready for some cake? Mirio shouted and all the kids came running over to them, all screaming me. For once they all sang happy birthday to 𝗧𝗓𝗍 and everyone was handed a slice of cake and some ice cream. They all sat down in the lounge area in front of the TV getting ready to watch the movie. 5. The elders sat on the couches and chairs while the little kids and the teens all sat on the floor. 2. I haven't seen this movie in forever. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 whispered while the movie began to play the opening credits. Well, it's one of 𝗧𝗓𝗍's favorites, so we watch it a lot. Izuku told her. Ugh, I just want to skip to the part where he sets up the traps. Bakugou groaned out, making Izuku laugh a little. You'll just have to wait. Boo. 11. I don't understand how they will let a cop in their house and then just ignore him after. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 said. I know, right, it doesn't make sense. Izuku agreed with her. I would have closed the door right back in his face. Bakugou said. Of course, a delinquent like you would. I bet it happened before. Oi, shut up, round face. It was only one time and I got away with it. Bakugou said while smiling smugly, making Izuku giggle. That fact that you are proud of that is concerning, and Deku don't encourage him. The salt turns the bodies into mummies. That's the stupidest SHT I've ever heard. The guy is literally just trying to help people. Bakugou said, making Izuku laugh. Okay, but you can't tell me that you didn't think he was a bad guy at the beginning. I mean, he does look the part. Yeah, and looks can be deceiving. Izuku said while smiling at the blonde, making his face turn slightly red. 10. Maybe I should, dash. What kind of pizza guy drives their car like that? 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 said. The guy is a psycho. Like I just wanted a pizza, not for you to destroy my house. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 joked and her and Izuku started to laugh. I'll just tell him after. Bakugou thought while looking back at the TV screen. 16. Ugh, his brother is the worst. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 said. Yeah, he's a JRK for no reason. Izuku agreed. Reminds me of somebody I know. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 said while glaring over at Bakugou. Oh, what was that round face? Were you talking about yourself? Bakugou said, and 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 stuck out her tongue at him while Bakugou stuck up his middle finger. Izuku just started giggling, enjoying sitting between the two. Then maybe you should ask Santa for a new family. I don't want a new family. I don't want any family. Family sucks. 34. Izuku looked over at Bakugou to see him frowning at the screen. He looked down and gently placed his hand on top of the blonde's. 34. Bakugou felt something on him, so he looked down at his hand. He then looked over at Izuku, who just gave him a gentle smile, and he smiled back. What else could we be forgetting? Kevin. Both 𝗧𝗓𝗍 and Mirio shouted, making everyone else laugh. 3. I can't seem to find my toothbrush, so I'll pick one up when I go out today. Oh, it's the scene. Izuku said excitedly. 123. Bakugou counted down and the two put their hands on the sides of their face and screamed at each other, immediately bursting out into fits of laughter afterwards. 2. Before I pump your guts full of lead. 1. 2. 10. That is so unrealistic. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 said while rolling her eyes and laughing lightly at the fake gunshot sounds. And I know. Izuku replied sleepily. Bakugou looked over at Izuku to see him slightly nodding off. He smiled at the sleepy face the brunette was making. 13. I'm kinda upset about it because I really like my family. Even though sometimes I say I don't. Sometimes I even think I don't. Do you get that? I think so. How you feel about your family is a complicated thing. Deep down you'll always love them. But you don't forget that you love them. And you can hurt them and they can hurt you. And that's not just because you're young. For Bakugou watched the scene with a slight frown on his face, thinking about his own family problems. I don't think they'll ever be like an actual family to me. The dinners we have usually last like 30 minutes since I can't stand being in a room with them for any longer. And I know they don't really care about me or how I feel. No one really does. Just then the blonde felt something on his shoulder. He turned his head to see a sleeping Izuku resting his head on his shoulder. Well, I guess one person does, Bakugou thought, while smiling down at the boy. He then carefully took his arm and put it around Izuku's shoulder, causing Izuku to snuggle closer to him, his green curls tickling the blonde's neck. 50 Bakugou looked away from Izuku to see Uraraka glaring at him. He just smirked back at her and stuck up his middle finger, which made her roll her eyes and look back at the TV screen. 13 Bakugou then rested his head on top of Izuku's, his soft green curls brushing against the teen's face. He won't hear me, but 8, I like you. 75 Bakugou whispered out softly and smiled when Izuku moved his head slightly, nuzzling closer to him. Plus what he didn't notice was the small smile that appeared on Izuku's face. You're here, Kirishima said as he opened up his front door to see Siro and Mina standing there. Yes, sorry we're late. Mina insisted on getting a peppermint mocha latte at Starbucks and the line was so long. Siro told him, it's Christmas time, I wanted a Christmassy drink. Besides, I got one for everyone, she said while slightly shaking the tray full of hot Christmassy drinks. 6, you two were sure taking your time, huh? Denki said as Siro and Mina walked into the living room. Yeah, to get you dummies drinks, Mina said and handed him a chestnut praline latte with a mountain of whipped cream on top of it. Gasp, you're the best, Denki said while taking the drink from her. Yeah, I know, she said and handed out the rest of the drinks. 4, so how is the new couple doing on this fine Christmas Eve day? Denki asked in a semi-posh accent while he had WHP cream resting on the top of his lip like it was a mustache. Mina laughed a little and started to go along with it. Well, if you must know, we are planning on going ice skating tomorrow, Mina replied in her posh accent. Ah yes, what a lovely way to spend your Christmas, Denki told her. And what about you, Sir Denki bro? Kirishima said, trying his best to do a posh accent. Oh, you see, Sir Shinso said he has something special planned for me. I mean how romantic, Mina said, trying her best to cover up her need to squeal. Oh, certainly, I'm very excited, Denki said while bouncing in his seat. 50, how about you, Sir Baku bro? I'm not doing that dumb accent, Bakugou grumbled while taking a sip of his caramel macchiato. Denki, Mina, and Kirishima then started to boo him. Oh, boo yourself, Bakugou told them. Fine, but seriously bro, what are you doing for Christmas? Well, today I'm going to the Christmas Eve party at the hospital and I have to leave their presents there, so I'm going to visit them tomorrow to see their reactions. I don't know what I'm going to do after that though, he explained. You could always ask Midoriya out on a date. Gasp, we can have a double date, Mina said excitedly and began shaking Siro's arm. 9, like hell I would have you extras around on a date with Deku. Oh come on, I really want to meet him, he seems so cute and friendly by the way you describe him all the time. Yeah, I kinda want to meet him too, Siro said. Same, I want to see how you act around him, Kirishima said. He probably looks stupid with all that blushing and stuttering. Denki laughed out. Bakugou glared at him and took his drink away from him. Hey, Denki yelled and Bakugou threw the drink away. 39, my la. Denki whined with a small frown on his face, making the others, minus Bakugou, laugh. I'm leaving now, I have to help set up the party, Bakugou grumbled while picking up his jacket and walking towards the front door. Tell Midoriya I said hi, Mina called out to the blonde. No, Bakugou said right before putting on his black combat boots and walking out of the door. 33, hey guys, I have an idea, Denki said once the angry blonde left. Oh no, this can't be good, Siro said and took a sip of his white chocolate mocha. Hey, my ideas are good, Denki yelled out defensively. Sure they are, dude. So what's your idea? Kirishima asked him. Well, we all want to meet Midoriya, right? Yeah. They all said. Well, why don't we just crash the little hospital party and meet him? Bakugo won't be able to kick us out since the hospital accepts volunteers. He said, and everyone was quiet. 37, Denki, you're a genius. Mina yelled while running up to the boy and shaking his shoulders. If we go to this party, we can totally help that dummy get with Midoriya. Mina said to everyone. Oh yeah, we are going to get Bakugou a boyfriend and win the bet. Kirishima said and high-fived the pinkette. 15, ugh, nice going Denki. Zero groaned out in annoyance. Sorry dude, but I really want to see Bakugou act all stupid. And you're willing to wear a dress to prom for that? Hell yeah. Denki cheered and Zero rolled his eyes. 21. Haha, don't worry babe, I'll have you looking fabulous for prom. Well, not too fabulous that you outshine me, but still fabulous. Mina said and kissed his cheek, making his face flush red. 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗏, what's the plan to get them together? Zero asked and a wide smile began to grow on Mina's face. 13. Oh, we will just use a little something called mistletoe. I thought walking under that gave you bad luck? Denki questioned and Mina face-bombed. That's ladders bro, Kirishima told him. But I thought that gives you 7 years of good luck. That's a mirror and it's 7 years of bad luck if you break it. Zero explained. Denki said and nodded in understanding. He then stopped and started to scratch the side of his head while making a confused expression. 12. So then what's a mistletoe? 13. You weren't kidding when you said this place would be crowded. Bakugou said to Izuku while looking at the sea of people young and old all crowded into the lounge. Some were there to pick up their grandparents/parents and take them to their own parties, and the others were there to spend time with them and enjoy the party together. The same for some of the kids. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, I told you. This place gets so crazy during Christmas time. Onin, Eri cried out while running towards Izuku. What is it, Eri? When's Santa coming? She asked excitedly while bouncing up and down. Some of the kids who were behind her did the same. Oh, he will be here soon, he just stopped to feed his reindeer. He told them and all the kids cheered before running off. 8. Who's the Santa? Bakugou asked once the kids were gone. Mirio. He had to go back home since he forgot the suit. Izuku explained. Oh good, I didn't want to dress up in a dumb costume again. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, what, I thought you liked dressing in silly costumes? I mean, you are a clown after all. Izuku joked and started giggling at Bakugou's shocked expression. Why you little brat? Bakugou laughed out and reached for Izuku to tickle him, but Izuku quickly backed away from him, sticking his arms out. Wait. I don't like physically contact, remember? Izuku laughed out. Don't give me that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 when you've been all touchy-touchy lately. Bakugou said and reached for Izuku's sides again, successfully ticking him and making him laugh. 20. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, stop 𝗧𝗏. Izuku laughed out while trying to push the blonde away from him. Never. Bakugou said, enjoying the big smile on Izuku's face. 15. Izuku. Someone called out and Izuku immediately stopped laughing, which made Bakugou stop tickling him. Izuku quickly pulled Bakugou's hands away from his sides and stepped away from him just in time for his mom to appear amongst the crowd of people. 3. Oh, there you are. I knew I heard you over here. And walked up to the teen. Yeah, Kaken and I were just laughing at something funny. Izuku told her. Inko looked over at the blonde as if she just noticed his presence. She narrowed her eyes and frowned at him while he awkwardly smiled at her and held up his hand and tilted it slightly to say hi. Was all Inko said to him before turning back to face her son. Anyways baby, I need your help with something, come on. She said and quickly took her son's hand and dragged him away. While Izuku was being dragged, he looked back at Bakugou and mouthed the words, I'll be back. And the blonde just smiled and nodded. 25. Sigh. His mom really doesn't like me. But what? Maybe it's because of how I look. Bakugou thought and started to touch one of his ears, fiddling with one of the many piercings in it. I could lose some of my piercings. He then pulled at the bottom of his shirt. Or maybe I could change the way I dress. Is it really that thuggish looking? I mean, Deku doesn't seem to mind it, but maybe his mom does. 7. Hey Baku bro. Bakugo was taken out of his thoughts and he quickly turned his head and glared at the group of teens walking over to him. "What the hell are you extras doing here?" Bakugo yelled at them. "Chill dude, we just wanted to meet your boyfriend." Denki told him. "He's not my boyfriend, dunce face." "Not yet at least." Mina said while jumping up and down excitedly. "Yeah bro, we're here to help you get with him." Kirishima said while wrapping his arm over the blonde's shoulder. "What the hell are you dumbass planning? Actually I don't care, just get the F out." Bakugo said and pushed Kirishima's arm off of him. "No can do, we already volunteered here for today, if we leave now that would just be rude." 𝗧𝗏 told him, making the blonde groan in annoyance. "Sue, where is this cutie you have a crush on?" Mina asked while she rocked back and forth on the heels of her feet and scanned the crowded room. His mom needed his help with something. He grumbled out while crossing his arms. "Oh, Uraraka's still here," Denki said, noticing the brunette talking to some little kids. "Yeah, this is her last week here. The beach finally found a job." Bakugo explained to them. 3. "Oh, that's great, you get Midoriya all to yourself again." Kirishima said. "Idiot, my community service ends this month." Bakugo told him. "So, you can just come back and be a regular volunteer." 𝗧𝗏 said. "Does it look like I want to be a regular volunteer? I mean, you do love the kids here, right?" 𝗕𝗏𝗁, shut up Pikachu. Bakugo grumbled and looked away from them, not wanting to accept it. 1. He does love them. Mina said. "Shut up. That one guy was right, you have gone soft bro," Kirishima said, chuckling a bit. "You take that back." Bakugo yelled while pointing at him. "Nah, Kiri's right, you didn't even deny the fact that you love those kids." 𝗧𝗏 said, and Denki started laughing. "What are you laughing at, Pikachu? You don't even know what deny means." Bakugo said, making Denki stop laughing and causing the others to start laughing. 26 says the one failing all their classes. Denki yelled back, trying to defend his intelligence. 𝗧𝗏, I chose not to do the work. Besides, I have at least a C+ in all my classes now. Don't you have like 4 Fs? It's only 3. Denki yelled, causing the others to laugh harder and Bakugo to scoff and smirk at his dumb friends. Denki crossed his arms and pouted at them. "At least I had the ball to ask out my crush." He grumbled, making Kiri, Mina, and 𝗧𝗏 all stop laughing and ooh as they turned to look over at Bakugo, who now has a scowl on his face. "You want to say that louder, Pikachu," Denki said and turned to run, but Bakugo grabbed him and put him in a headlock. "Where do you think you're going?" "I didn't mean it," Denki yelled while trying to pry Bakugo's arm off from around his neck. "I don't believe you. I'm sorry. Help me," Denki said and reached out to Kiri and 𝗧𝗏, who were laughing at him. "Nah, you did this to yourself, man." 𝗧𝗏 snickered. Yeah, you're on your own bro," Kiri told him while shrugging. "Betrayal," Denki cried out while making a fist and shaking it at them. 13 Mina was just standing to the side, shaking her head and giggling at the boys when she heard a voice next to her. "What's going on?" Mina turned her head to see a boy slightly taller than her with curly green hair and freckles dusted across his cheeks. "Midoriya?" she questioned, and the boy turned to look at her. Yeah, how do you know my name?" "OMG, Bakugo was right when he said you look adorable." Mina said, her voice higher than normal since she's trying to contain the urge to squeal. "He said that?" Izuku asked while rubbing the side of his arm. Mina hummed and nodded, making Izuku look down slightly and blush with a small smile on his lips. 29 Mina squealed softly but still loud enough to get all the boys' attention. "That," Bakugo said, noticing the greenette. Izuku just looked over at him and smiled. Bakugo let go of Denki and pushed him away. "Are they your friends?" Deku asked, and Bakugo scoffed. "They wish," he said, making Izuku giggle. "I'm Ijiro Kirishima, but people usually call me Kiri for short. And I'm basically this guy's brother," Kiri said while wrapping his arm around Bakugo's shoulder, earning an eye roll from the blonde. 9. My name's Denki Kaminari and I'm easily the smartest one in the group, he said, and the others rolled their eyes. Well, smarty is the 2 different shoes a fashion thing, or? Izuku said, the last word trailing off as he pointed to Denki's shoes, which were 2 different boots. One black, the other a light brown. Everyone started snickering. Okay, so I'm not the smartest in the group. Denki grumbled while crossing his arms. 21. I'm Mina Ishido. This is my boyfriend Hantashiro. Speaking of boyfriends, would you ever want one? She asked, making Bakugou slap his face and shake his head. I mean, yeah, if they really liked me and I liked them back, then gender shouldn't really matter. Izuku said, blushing slightly and quickly stealing a glance over at Bakugou. I see, so what if I tell you that 𝗲𝗃? Hey Deku, I think we should start some games now. Bakugou yelled, cutting Mina off. Oh, you're right, we can do the gingerbread houses first. I'll go get them, he said and walked off. 25. Bakugou turned and glared at Mina, who was just smirking. What? She asked while lifting up her hands. You're worse than Karakoko and that demon old hag. He muttered. Gasp, I'm just trying to help. You were straight up going to tell him that I like him. So I want to be the one to tell him that. He yelled and they all awed. Shut the hell up, I'm going to help Deku. He grumbled and walked away, his face burning from embarrassment. So Mina, Kirishima said, gaining the girl's attention. Where are we supposed to put this? He asked while pulling out a tiny box from his pocket and opening it to reveal a mistletoe. How about, she started and looked around the room for a perfect spot, tapping her lip with her finger while doing so. Yeah, right above the doorway seems fine. She mumbled and took the box from Kiri. 14. Siro, sweetie, would you be a dear and put this above the doorway since you are the tallest one here? Mina asked while fluttering her eyes up at him. Ugh, fine, he said and took the box from her, which made her smile. You're the best. She cheered and kissed his cheek. Yeah. But what if Bakugou catches me putting it up? Siro, whose face turned red because of the kiss, questioned. Oh, don't worry, Kiri, and this dummy will help me distract him. Why are you guys all bullying me today? Denki yelled, causing them all to laugh. 41. I hope you all get coal for Christmas. 12. The teens went over to the table set up with various candies and frosting to decorate the gingerbread houses. Okay, I think it will be best if we do teams of 3. Izuku told everyone. I call Midoriya's team. Mina yelled and ran up to the greenette. Bakugou yelled, glaring at Mina, who just stuck out her tongue and pulled down one of her eyelids before smirking. Me too, Uraraka said and stood next to Izuku, a slight blush on her cheeks. 20. No. Don't worry, bro, you got us, Kirishima said while smiling and pointing to himself and Denki. What about you? Bakugou asked while crossing his arms and looking at Siro. I'll just watch, he said, which made Bakugou groan in annoyance. Come on, dude, it won't be that bad, Denki told him. Soy sauce face at least has common sense. You guys will destroy everything. No, we won't. Guys, I think I broke the front, Denki said while holding 2 pieces of the gingerbread. 9. Bro, if we do that to all the pieces, we could make 2 houses, Kirishima exclaimed. Gas, dude, you're so smart. Bakugou pinches the bridge of his nose and shook his head. You both are such idiots, he whispered out. Well, good luck with them, Siro said while patting the blonde on his back. Izuku's team was doing well with their building, with only a few mistakes being made. Mina took this activity as a chance to get to know Izuku, while Uraraka took this as a chance just to be around him. 23. Bakugou's team wasn't doing so well. Kirishima and Denki were laughing and making a mess of things while Bakugou was yelling at them and trying his best to salvage their house. Every now and then Izuku would look over at Bakugou's table and giggle to himself on how he is acting because of his friends. So while the teens were distracted with their builds, Siro took this time to sneak over to the doorway and put up the mistletoe without someone noticing. 1. I think we have a clear winner here, Denki said while looking at their destroyed gingerbread bread house sprinkled with multiple kinds of candies and littered with different colored frosting. A single tilted candy cane was sticking from the top of it like some sort of flag. Definitely, Kirishima said, and they high-fived each other. 8. If you had to make a house, not a mountain, Mina laughed out. Yeah, what happened? Did Bakugou destroy it? Uraraka teased, making the blonde roll his eyes. I mean, they tried their best, Izuku said while fixing the candy cane so it was actually standing straight. And that's all that matters. he said and smiled up at Bakugou, whose cheeks slightly turned red. 14, all right, I put it up. 𝗧𝗏 told Mina, who looked over to the doorway to see that the mistletoe is in fact there. Perfect. Now we just need to get them both over there. She mumbled while rubbing her chin. Yeah, and how are we going to do that? Kiri asked. Oh, I'm sure we can think of something. Mina said with a shrug. You mean you never came up with a plan? 𝗧𝗏 exclaimed. I thought we could wing it. Mina said with a smirk, making all the boys sigh. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard, right? Denki said, and they all agreed it couldn't be that difficult. 3, it was impossible. 2, every time they tried to get the two under the doorway together, one would either have to do something for the staff, the other had gone to the bathroom. One got dragged away by their mom, the other was busy listening to the elders' stories. And you would think playing Christmas games together would be an easy way to get them to go since they are already together, but unfortunately it wasn't. When the two were together, the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 would end up getting distracted, forgetting that they needed to get the two under the mistletoe. The Baku squad did, however, all got to spend time with and learn more about Izuku. They also got to make fun of Bakugou, but that just led to them being chased around, which also stopped them from getting the two together. Guys, this isn't working. Mina whined while walking to the group. It's freaking impossible. Denki shouted. Let's just come up with a plan, something's bound to work. 𝗧𝗏 suggested. Look at you wanting to help. Kirishima said with a smirk while nudging his arm. Yeah, does wearing a dress to prom not bother you anymore? Mina teased. Sai, let's just come up with this plan before I change my mind. He grumbled, and they all chuckled slightly before agreeing to make a plan. Bakugou was by the snack table looking at all the treats, trying to decide which one he wanted. He was reaching for a sugar cookie decorated with a Christmas tree on it when Uraraka walked over to him. 2. Hey Bakugou. What the hell do you want? He said before taking a bite out of his cookie. Well, since you and Deku are close and everything, I was just thinking. She looked down and mumbled while constantly pressing her pointer fingers together. Spit it out already. He said and took another bite of his cookie. He was clearly annoyed that she was taking so long to say whatever she wants to say. 6. See, can you see if Deepening likes me? She said quickly. Caught off guard, Bakugou started coughing and banging on his chest since the cookie went down the wrong pipe. Are you okay? Uraraka asked, and Bakugou just nodded, trying to get his breathing normal again. 72. I thought you didn't like him. He said once he calmed down. Yeah, that was a lie, sorry. She mumbled while looking back down. So you want to go out with him? She just nodded with a blush present on her face. Bakugou scoffed and crossed his arms. Beach. Why don't you just tell him yourself? Why do you want me to do it? He questioned her. I'm too scared. And you're just as much of a friend to him than I am. So will you do it for me, please? This beach has some nerve asking me to ask Deku out for her. Like hell I would. I want to be with Deku. Yeah, not gonna happen. Bakugou grumbled, making Uraraka frown. What if I cash in that favor now? She said with a smirk which made the blonde angrier. Fine, I'll ask him. He said through gritted teeth. Thank you. Yeah, whatever. He grumbled while walking away. 36. Stupid beach blackmailing me. I can't even confess to him myself, and now I'm doing it for someone else. What if he does like her? The one person I actually like being with someone else, and it will be because of me. He clenched his fist as he walked. I don't want that to happen. I want to be with him. But if he's happier with her, wouldn't need me, and I'm back to having no one. 12. 𝐻𝐭𝐻. 19 gasps. 6. Santa. 12. All the little kids cheered while rushing over to the fat, white-bearded man dressed in a red suit and white suit with a hat to match. If you look closely, you can clearly tell it's Mirio and that he used pillows to make himself look fat. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. Why hello kids, who's ready to tell Santa what they want for Christmas? Me. All the kids shouted out while jumping around him. All right, then you're first. Miro said and picked up Eri, who started cheering. All the kids got in a line and waited for their turn to tell Santa what they want for Christmas. Bakugou walked over to Izuku, who was standing by the door smiling at the little kids. Hi. Izuku said when he noticed the blonde coming to stand next to him. Hey. Bakugou said and leaned against the frame. So, Bakugou started looking at the ground the whole time. Izuku turned his head to see what the blonde wants to say. 9. Are you interested in anyone? Why? Izuku asked, fully turned to look at the blonde. A round face kinda likes you, Bakugou said while pointing his thumb behind him. Oh really? Izuku said while facing the kids again. Yeah, Bakugou said softly. Does he really like her back? Why did I agree to do this? I think I'm going to be sick. Bakugou thought while moving one of his hands to hold his stomach. I didn't that she liked me like that, it's really sweet of her, Izuku mumbled, which just made Bakugou squeeze his stomach tighter. But, Bakugou thought while glancing over at Izuku. I'm not really interested, really? Bakugou said, now looking directly at Izuku. Yeah, she's nice and everything, but I just don't feel the same. Ugh, now I feel bad and I'm not even talking to her. Izuku said and covered his face with both his hands, which made Bakugou smile. 17. I still have a chance. Don't be, she was annoying and bitchy anyway. Don't say that. Izuku said while lightly hitting the blonde's arm, causing him to chuckle. Whatever, you're the one that said you didn't like her. In a romantic way. That's still not liking her. Bakugou said with a smirk, making Izuku roll his eyes and smile back up at him. They stayed like that for a few seconds until they both suddenly looked away. 5. So have you done that before? Izuku asked while pointing his thumb towards the kids in line to tell Santa what they want. Like once or twice. Bakugou answered. Really? I told you Christmas isn't my thing. Even when you were little. Especially when I was little. Izuku just tilted his head up at him. Parents. Bakugou said, making Izuku ooh in understanding. Right, sorry. Bakugou just shrugged. What about you? Mom. Izuku said flatly, and it was Bakugou's turn to ooh. I want to do it though, but I'm too old now. Izuku said with a small frown, which made Bakugou heart twinge in pain for a second. 10. Bakugou looked around for something until he spotted it. I'll be right back, he said and turned back around to head into the lounge. Bakugou. What did he say? Uraraka asked while running up to the blonde. He looked at the top of her head and took the Santa hat off of her. What the dash? He's not interested in annoying broke beach like you. His exact words. Bakugou said while putting on the hat. Uraraka had her mouth open in shock, but she quickly narrowed her eyes and frowned at the teen. You're lying, there's no way Deku said any of that. Fine, you're right, but he did say he isn't interested in you. Bakugou said and smirked at her before walking back to Izuku. 37. Alright Deku, you can tell Santa what you want now. Bakugou said while standing next to him again. Izuku looked at him and smiled. What, no beard? He joked and Bakugou smiled. Only the hat, take it or leave it. Bakugou teased, making Izuku smile wider and start giggling. 13. Okay, I want a pony, a real dinosaur, a rocket ship, the entire Apple store, a car, preferably a Tesla, oh, and a submarine. Ninja stars are pretty cool. Oh yeah, I have to have a barn to keep the pony and dinosaur in. Izuku listed off while counting on his finger. Is that all, kid? Bakugou asked while smiling at how silly Izuku's being. Oh, and puppy, can't forget about that one, he said and giggled after making the blonde laugh as well. 22. Seriously though, what do you want? Bakugou asked and Izuku thought for a bit. He squinted his eyes and bit the end of one of his nails, trying to think of something. Cute, Bakugou thought while staring at the smaller boy. A guitar, Izuku mumbled out quietly. Just a guitar? Bakugou asked and Izuku nodded. Yeah, I always wanted to learn how to play one. Alright then, Santa will be getting you a guitar for Christmas tomorrow. And everything else as I wanted. Izuku joked and Bakugou just smiled. Yeah, those too, he said quietly. 11. Oh. They both heard and turned to look down at Eri, who was covering her mouth with one of her hands. What is it? Izuku asked her and she just smiled and pointed up. 36. Bakugou and Izuku slowly looked up and saw the 3-leaf plant with red berries on it hanging over their heads. 21. How the hell did that get there? I don't remember that being there. Wait, Kakshin, we're under it together. We're under it together. 21. Does that mean, Bakugou thought and slowly started to look down. We have to, Izuku thought and slowly started to look down. Kiss. They both thought while looking into each other's wide eyes, a blush on both of their faces. For Gasp, it's happening. Mina whispered, yelled while clutching onto 𝗬𝗏's arm. We came up with that plan for nothing. 𝗬𝗏 grumbled. They came together all on their own. Denki said in awe. Bro, I think I'm going to cry. I'm so proud of my best bro, Kiri said while covering his mouth with his hand. 22 The two stood there, neither one moving, both unsure what to do. But it ended up happening so fast that if you blinked you probably would have missed it. Izuku quickly stood on his toes and placed a hand on the blonde's shoulder so he could reach. Their lips pressed together for a second before Izuku quickly backed away from him and immediately looked towards the ground with a bright red face. 141 Bakugou touched his lips. Even though it was only for a second, he could still feel the sensation of Izuku's lips on his. Izuku started, and Bakugou looked at him to see him with an extremely red face looking at him, then back at the ground. 𝗵 Christmas 𝐒𝐁𝐁, he said and smiled, causing Bakugou's heart to beat faster that it actually hurt, but in a good way. Plus, I'm definitely in love.